Muy buenos días a todos ustedes y muy buenos días también a mi mujer que está dormida y esto normalmente la despierta. Así que Dios me bendiga y que Dios bendiga a todo el mundo, pero no se preocupen, ya saqué la basura, saqué todos los botes, etcétera. Bienvenidos a otro episodio de El Casino del Tío Salo. Antes de entrar al casino, quiero platicar rápidamente con ustedes del oro, porque yo creo que personalmente todo lo que estamos viendo, el oro nos está diciendo algo. Podemos ver que está creando nuevos máximos, lo tengo en un gráfico semanal aquí enfrente de todos ustedes, y no solamente está creando nuevos máximos, va fuerte para arriba con todo y lo que hemos visto y todos los anuncios que estamos viendo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Y yo creo que esto es muy importante para todos nosotros entender, o bueno, cada quien tomarlo como quiera, cada quien se tiene que preguntar a sí mismo, ¿por qué el oro, que en mi opinión personal habla de la devaluación monetaria de todo el fiat alrededor del mundo, porque todo el fiat está basado en el dólar, ¿por qué sigue subiendo exponencialmente? Y la razón, en mi opinión, es un poco más sencilla de lo que cualquiera lo haría ver, y eso es que va a haber una gran devaluación monetaria. Y recuerden, el mercado ve para adelante. Y cuando está viendo para adelante, hay mucha gente que instantáneamente dice, es que ya está poniendo a Trump que va a ganar o está poniendo a... No. Lo que el mercado, lo que el oro te está diciendo es que no importa lo que pase, va a haber una gran devaluación. ¿Y qué viene cuando pasa una gran devaluación? La última vez que sufrimos una gran devaluación fue en COVID. Después de la pandemia, imprimimos, o durante la pandemia, imprimimos 7 trillones de dólares. 7. Así, de la nada. Eso aumentó el circulante del M2 en alrededor de 30 a 40% de todo lo que había en existencia, pues aumentaste más masa monetaria, eso creó inflación, etcétera. Y el oro fue también uno de los primeros que dijo, güey, esto se está devaluando. Pero esto va más allá de todo lo que hemos visto y ahora el oro está cotizando en $2,608. Y aquí es donde tenemos que preguntarnos, porque con la fuerza que lleva esto no tiene cara de que va a parar. ¿Qué va a pasar? Porque algo tiene que pasar y mucha gente cree que solamente bajando tasas de interés o que van a imprimir dinero de la nada. No puedes imprimir dinero de la nada porque tienen que justificarlo de una manera u otra para poder hacerlo. Y aparte, recuerden, cuando imprimen dinero para la nada es para que ellos se lo roben. Yo sé que tú eres el intermediario y es lo que están haciendo, pero en realidad es para que ellos se lleven esa gran cantidad de dinero y lo den a toda la gente que deban. Pero esto nos está diciendo que va a haber una gran devaluación. Eso quiere decir que va a haber un gran momento. Pues si lo piensan así, ¿qué fue lo que causó la impresión en el 2020? Fue que nos encerraron a todos por un rato porque había una enfermedad muy malvada donde después te dieron tus inyeccioncitas para que te diera todavía peor. Entonces, eso fue lo que pasó en el 2020 para que el oro subiera a los grados que subió en ese entonces. La pregunta ahora es, ¿qué evento va a haber que nos ponga el oro aquí y que vaya a justificar una impresión monetaria absolutamente loca? ¿Alguien tiene una respuesta? Podría ser una guerra más fuerte, podría ser guerra nuclear, que no me gusta decir, pero tampoco creo. Podría ser simplemente cualquier otra excusa que se les ocurra a estos tíos e inventarse lo que sea. Podría ser que dejen quebrar bancos. Podría ser cualquier cosa. Si todos o alguno de nosotros supiera cuál es el cisne negro que viene a llevarse al mercado entre las patas, yo creo que todos seríamos muy ricos. Pero la realidad es, esto no tiene nada que ver con la política, porque mucha gente lo piensa. Esto tiene que ver con un evento que va a crear una gran cantidad de dinero. Y eso no tiene absolutamente nada que ver. Mucha gente cree todavía que Trump va a entrar a gastar más dinero que Kamala Harris. Es imposible. Trump gastó más dinero que Biden solamente porque la pandemia le tocó a él. O sea, él, cuando él estaba de presidente, le tocó eso y tuvo que reaccionar de emergencia. Biden siguió imprimiendo dinero para regalarle a las compañías de chips, para regalarle a las compañías armamentísticas a través de la excusa de Israel, a través de la excusa de Ucrania. Biden ha imprimido dinero para regalarle a las uniones de coches, para también regalarle a GM, a Stellantis. Entonces, han estado imprimiendo dinero sin parar los demócratas también. En realidad, lo que a mí me preocupa más es que del lado de Trump tiene a Elon Musk detrás de él y en realidad Elon está pidiendo ser el encargado de poder ser el responsable del presupuesto y el gasto, si lo quieren ver así, porque él sería el que se dedica a las eficiencias gubernamentales y tendríamos que pasar por algo estilo Milley si eso llega a pasar. No estoy diciendo ese grado, pero estoy diciendo que eso es una gran posibilidad. Entonces, no tanto viene de que está el mercado diciendo va a ganar Trump y va a bajar todos los impuestos, porque eso no tiene nada que ver. Están diciéndote que va a haber una devaluación monetaria, no una creación de riqueza, una devaluación monetaria y que la inflación va a seguir empujando para arriba. Y todo el mundo está brincando ya a decir, vale, perfecto, eso quiere decir que acciones, Bitcoin, todo esto va a subir de aquí a la luna. Y ahora, puede en el corto, mediano plazo, de aquí a que anuncien esto, que todo esto suba, pero va a haber una oportunidad grande cuando sea anunciado la razón por la que vamos a tener que imprimir dinero. Solamente piénsalo así, COVID-2. Si va a haber COVID-2, ¿ustedes creen que el mercado va a bajar, sí o no? ¿La bolsa va a bajar, sí o no? ¿Bitcoin va a bajar, sí o no? Y después, una vez que digan, vamos a imprimir una fortuna, puede que tarde 3 semanas, una semana, 6 meses, el mercado va a volver a repuntar, no hay duda alguna, porque la inflación hace que todas las cosas, todos los precios de todos los bienes suban, porque devaluado en contra del dólar, pues obviamente suben. Entonces, es algo que tienen que tener el ojo pelado. Me gustaría escuchar sus opiniones, pero bueno, sin más ni más, recuerden, estamos en el casino del tío Salo. Si quieren unirse para poder tradear con nosotros, aquí abajo está en la descripción el enlace para el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es absolutamente gratis para que vengan a platicar con nosotros. Y sin más ni más, les voy a traer a Farhan y Alex. Y recuerden, todo lo que se dice en inglés se los traduzco en español resumidamente y le damos duro al análisis. Así que mándenlo, y la gente que puede pedir que revisar, obviamente son los miembros del canal de YouTube en este momento, para poder agilizarlo y poder ir lo más rápido posible. Voy a traer a estos tíos, al gran Alex, al gran Farhan, de una vez a esto y vámonos, señores. My boys.
Yo, yo, yo.
How are you?
Hey, I'm
Wait.
muted. I'm muted.
Talk
At
to
least
yourself.
once. At least once. How you guys doing?
Doing
Good. You.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Feeling good this morning. I actually got some sleep last night.
Look at you. I know Alex woke up very early to be here in that really nice shirt, so we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I didn't sleep too well. I was watching Bitcoin all night, but that's okay.
Oh,
I have
is
a
that
question.
is that what we're calling it now? Watching Bitcoin?
I was also watching Bitcoin last night, if you know what I mean.
Man.
Oh, I see
down,
you're drinking some water, people. Some Domelipa edition lemonade. How's that, by the way?
Yes, sir.
I haven't tried it.
Very crisp, very refreshing.
It's good. Everyone
Yeah,
seems to love. Yeah, everyone seems to love the
Follow
lemonade
this
flavor.
guy right here on Instagram.
I like lemon water, and this kind of reminds me of it. Very refreshing.
Oh, I am a big fan of lemon water, so I can't wait to go and try it. I'm probably going to go to Mexico in the next 10, 15 days, but Mexico City. We'll see if I can make it out to your side of the world.
Please
We'll
make
see.
it to Cancun.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Before we start, I want to ask you boys, because gold is making all-time highs and it's looking strong. How do you guys analyze that? How do you guys look at gold, and what do you think is gold telling us right now?
I mainly look at the very, very high time frames, and it looks like a long-term breakout to me.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I mean, overall, we're seeing bonds kind of rally. We're seeing gold rally. It's interesting. Are people going for more of that, I don't know, hedge of maybe something? Because usually gold acts as like a hedge against things, I guess, that happen.
Bad things, right?
Yeah, so we're seeing gold kind of break out since, it's been breaking out. It's been bullish. It was consolidating up until we got that rate cut, and then, it's just been expanding after. So I overall used to watch gold in correlation to Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin lagging the gold? I have no idea. But overall, Bitcoin's catching a bid, gold's catching a bid. Bonds are up slightly, and I don't know. I don't know how to interpret that really, because it seems like the whole world is just, we're going to go up only. The Fed rate cut 0.5 basis points. So now we're good. We're ready to go up. But as history, and as we've been, as I've been reading all day, every day on crypto Twitter, like this is kind of the same thing that happened around 2007, 2008, where they just kind of hiked a 0.5 basis point up front, and then the shit kind of, stocks actually rallied in that point. Like you were saying, for, a few weeks, and then that was the top and things went to shit. So is that the same thing that's happening? Maybe.
Well, I would say, why would you invest in gold when you know that they're going to print more money, as everyone says, everything is fine, they're going to reduce rates and everything's going to go up? Why invest in something so stupid as gold that goes up by like 2%, which, by the way, that's huge in that industry, obviously, and in that sector. But why would people buy gold right now and not just dump it and go like, all right, let's free ball it, people, and let's go into riskier assets, right? Because that's supposed to be the case, according to everyone right now. But either way, let's get started with the charts. Let's start with Rivian, boys, because that's going to be the first one, and then Tesla. So whoever wants to do Rivian right now,
Tesla, if you don't mind.
all right.
Yeah, because I did it last stream, so I'll update it.
Last time, yeah.
Yes,
it's been having some trouble getting up beyond the points where we were talking before about it. Like it's stuck in that range still and kind of like breaking down, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So let's go to the daily here. And what we have on the daily is kind of interesting because let me see what we have on here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so overall, Rivian still looking weak to me. What we had here was a nice rally up, hit that daily EMA 100. Something we were talking about. This zone here is going to be important. Right now, it's around $13.70, which is my resistance zone. We can steadily see it is unable to get back above after deviating. I mean, you could argue here's the setup. We had the deviation. This is the bearish retest, and now we're getting the follow through. Something we talked about last stream. Why this is a big point is on most time frames too, like the 6 hour. We have nice resistance right here. Not only do we have this, meme line that's dotted, but we also have, just a typical what's it called? What is that? Is that a horizontal line? Yeah, I think that's a horizontal line. Yeah, we have the horizontal meme line resistance as well. I'm redacted when it comes to diagonals and horizontals. But okay, what we see though is so it reclaimed, quickly shot up, rejected resistance. Was this a bearish retest? Something we talked about. Now we're getting that follow through, and something that's kind of concerning to me with Rivian. We're kind of seeing BBWP reset across the board. I'm curious to see how the daily is, and we can see the daily is actually at extremes now. And this was something we were pretty much talking about where, if we come up and rally and reject this $13.70 zone, what this is going to do? It's going to trap a lot of bulls. It's also going to put in a bearish retest. We're going to reject this daily EMA 100, solidifying its resistance. And then, we have this meme range here that we're now breaking down. When you see BBWP this low at extremes, once this goes to 15%, it's expanding. This has essentially, when seeing BBWP, seeing the formation of how this is with consistent lower highs, bears are in control here. And they actually have the momentum to exacerbate this move down a lot more. This is something I was saying, we kind of been front running this support level, right at $12.30. We'll first have to look at that as a big level. Overall, I'm unsure how strong this $12.30 level is going to hold. And if we don't hold that, then I'm looking at that psychological $10 flat. I think that's going to be a big point, but we can't disregard the fact that, buyers have been stepping up around here. Yes, we've been ranging, but, through and through, we've essentially been front running this $12.30 level. Are we going to break it? Are we going to tap it and maybe get some support here? Unsure until, we actually go down. And it wouldn't be surprised within the next, day, maybe 3 days, we actually do see this come back to $12.30. Right now too, we're seeing still this cross happen. I'm curious to see how the 55 is matching in with all this, and as it stands, I think, this is the vertical we mentioned here. This was a silver cross to the downside as well. This is also why I was mentioning, any rallies up to this $12 and $13 and 70-cent region could just be looked at as an opportunity. And this was something we were looking at on the daily. Anytime we get these silver crosses, which is essentially when the 21 flips back under the 55, we've had huge moves on Rivian. These verticals are essentially showing that. And each time we've had a little pump, but it's always never been sustained. And then we just kind of dump from there. Big dumps too. This dump from the silver cross doesn't look like a lot, but I mean, from here to there, that was still a nice 22% move. Silver cross happened, consolidated, rejected. From this breakdown point, another 34% move. Even when we go all the way here, and we can see when it crossed, we pumped up. Let's just put it from, right here, the last rejection wick high, all the way down, 53% move. I don't think we're going to drop 50%. But, when we have a silver cross to the downside, we have a bearish retest. We're now under the daily EMA 100 after rejecting it while forming a shooting star right here, while getting followed through, while BBWP's at extremes on the daily, and it's turning up now. Confirmed at 15%, remember. For me, I would not be surprised if we ended up coming down, silver cross happened, consolidate, breakdown from here. Putting us at $10 range would actually give us that 25 to, almost 30% move, something we've been seeing each and every time the cross happens. That's something I'm going to be watching for. Don't disregard, though, first, the support zone, currently at $12.30. Probably expect some reaction there. Wouldn't be surprised if, we start coming down. Maybe we get a bounce from here. We go back up to the dotted meme line, and then we reject, just solidify this as resistance, which was support. That's kind of what I'm looking at for Rivian. I'm not the most bullish on Rivian.
On the monthly.
Yeah, I'll check that out right now. And this is why I'm not the most bullish on Rivian. Not only do we have the weekly losing its 9, but we have the monthly actually losing its 9 and then rejecting its 9. That's never a good sign here. If you guys have been watching me for a while, you guys know that this is like a big point, especially on a monthly chart, where, we essentially get big moves when we're above it. And the issue with Rivian is there's really not much data of us getting back above it. It always reclaims it, deviates, and then full on rejects, reclaims it, and then deviates and rejects. Is this the reclaims it, deviates, and now are we going to reject here? Possibly. And the way the daily is looking wouldn't surprise me. We really can't discount this EMA 9 on the monthly. It's a big level. I know people like to use the 5. I like the 9 specifically for gauging bull or bear moves. And as it stands, this chart's bearish. This is like a monthly lower high. And if so, then we'd expect this low to break right at $8.26. So, for me, someone who, isn't trading this, but if someone is considering trading this, just play the levels, right? We have support at $12.30. We break that. We have an easy ride to this $10 level. Massive inefficiency here when we just pumped up, went up only. Obviously, we tend to like to backfill this. Now, is the monthly going to end up trying to form structure? Maybe comes down, starts basing here, and then we get to move up. People will look at this as possibly a higher low on a monthly without breaking this low. The idea, though, is we'd have to break this wick high here. And when you get these big squeezes up, this is something I've mentioned. This actually just makes it harder for bulls to reclaim control and actually flip structure. Because when you get these massive wicks, right, from wick high all the way here, this is a 13% just in a month. It makes it a lot harder for us to actually go up and break that last lower high on the monthly. So I'd watch very closely. I'd be probably actually cautious on this chart, considering how the daily looks. Ideally what you'd want if you're bullish on this is you'd want us to actually bounce from here. You wouldn't want this low to break that was formed on September 18th. And sorry if you can hear those dogs. Very, very.
It's all right.
And then
it's neighbors, right?
In
Mexico now. There you go. So the dog will be barking all fucking day and night.
So like I was saying, ideally if you're bullish here, it's very tight right now. You don't want us to break this low. You'd want us to bounce right here, right now, and actually reclaim back above $13. To me, then we're just back in the range. But, we have to look at this as a range breakdown. And the next target here is $12.30. I'd be very cautious here. To me, this is a nice channel. It's looking like it's breaking down now. After we had a nice pump up right here, there's a wick high rejection to shooting star, which is usually, reversal candle. Never a good sign when you get a reversal candle in kind of a downtrending consolidation manner. It's never strong. That gives me 2022 Bitcoin vibes. So, in layman terms, watch the next level at $12.30. That Rivian's looking good. If we start getting dailies back, call it back above $13.80. If we start closing back above this line here, this pink line at $13.71, you know, why I'm saying $13.80, because now we'll be back above this diagonal. We'll also have reclaimed the daily EMA 100 and possibly also, you know, we're starting to flip these EMAs up. But you can see here now, you know, we finally broke this low that I just mentioned now.
Here it
So
goes.
we expect this move to exasperate down unless it quickly gets bought up now. But you know why? Again, I just don't think that's going to happen. It's just because of how the daily is. This is a valid breakdown. We're now breaking these lows. You know, and the trend is still down even on the H1 now. That's why we're getting this exasperated move. And we're also seeing on the hourly BBWP is very healthy after hitting extremes. Very much like what we're seeing the daily hit extremes. We'd expect a move like this. All this is going to do is exasperate the move down for, you know, bears. And that's it. I'd watch this perfectly played out. We didn't fully hit my line, but that's okay because you would have actually been more focused on this EMA 100. Rejecting this was your sign that, yes, this is bearish because, you know, if we take away all EMAs right now and just focus on this 100, which is pretty key right now, you know, what we have here is a reclaim to breakdown, rally up, bearish retest, to now actual breakdown. Not a good sign, especially when this hits extremes. I'm curious to see, you know, when the last time we hit extremes here, and it was right here. Let's see if this vertical will actually correspond on the actual chart. Yeah, a lot of vertical lines here. 1 second. Let me change the color of this one.
Yeah.
Too many green vertical lines.
I myself was gonna ask you, how are you gonna know which one's which?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna make this one red. This is the last time, you know, we basically hit extremes. I'm curious, it probably was to the upside now. So when it expanded, it hit extremes. We pumped up, you know, formed some lower high here, and then once it expanded, you know, this is what happened. Big move down. This is a great example of what I'm saying here. We're hitting extremes now. If this starts expanding while we're in this breakdown manner, you know, this still can come down a lot, very hard. So I'd be very cautious of that. I'm gonna delete this line here so there's not many verticals. Remember, these are representing the silver cross to the downside. And so now that we have a silver cross to the downside, you know, how to play this correctly is we essentially just want you know, we want to look at the 9 as resistance, right? And that's currently perfectly almost lining up right here at this $13 zone. It's important to see where this daily EMA 9 goes. Ideally, what bears want is this to push down more, maybe line up with this diagonal. Maybe we do get the bounce that I talked about. Maybe come down, maybe we rally back up. We hit the daily EMA 9 to reject, solidifying this, you know, kind of channel formation I have here as a breakdown to rejection. That's kind of what I'd be looking for now if we don't just dump. Bears are in full control. I'd be very cautious of that. You know, and you would have been cautious last stream since we talked about the daily silver cross, you know, which has implications for like a weekly. You know, the weekly is some, you know, now losing the weekly 9, rejecting it. This weekly could actually churn. On this weekly closure, we essentially could see a flip here where the 9 will cross into the 21, basically giving, you know, weekly Rivian bears more momentum to potentially silver cross, especially when you have that on a daily. Before I go, I'm just wanting to see how the 5 day is looking. We see how the 5 day is actually about to cross. It's basically, they're both pinching each other now. Next 5 day closure, this probably will cross. And let me see here, just 2 day too. Why not? You know, and we're even seeing a potential fresh silver cross to the downside on the 2 day now. So no matter how you look at it, daily, 8, 6 hour, 2 day, weekly, monthly, Rivian's looking pretty bad. So, you know, I'd be very cautious of that. I personally wouldn't be bidding that until maybe we hit that $10 zone as a conservative number. But we cannot disregard that $12.30 level first. Maybe we get a bounce there. Maybe we test the bottom of the channel and then reject to the 10. Unsure, but, you know, ideally what bulls don't want is that BBWP to start expanding while we're breaking down. So something to
perfect. Absolutely. Right. Thank you so much, sir. And then Bitcoin for you.
Okay.
All righty. Let me just present this, share my screen because I stopped. Here we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Vale, pues estamos viendo Rivian en este momento, básicamente colapsar enfrente en vivo. Lo que tenemos acá es la tabla mensual y quiero que noten una cosa. El promedio de las 9, más que perdido, señores. Hemos venido acá, tenemos una desviación y literalmente volvemos a caer abajo. Esto pasa cada rato en Rivian. Lo podemos ver desde que empezó con la 9, que no es tantos promedios en mensual, porque simplemente Rivian acaba de salir, no hace tanto públicamente, pero pueden ver que cada que nos trepamos, nos caemos, nos trepamos, nos caemos. Y estas caídas son bastante significantes, ¿ok? Entonces, estamos viendo esto en la mensual. Otra que les quiero enseñar es la de 2 semanas. Rivian está cotizando, por cierto, en 12.76 en este momento y va cayendo rápidamente. En la de 2 semanas pueden ver que también hemos sido rechazados por el 9, rechazados por el 21. Ni siquiera pudimos tocar el 21 con esta vela, pero la de hace 4 semanas básicamente, sí tocamos el 21 para venir a retestearlo y ahora estamos retesteando la zona del 9. Se ve bastante débil, sobre todo cuando te acercas más con un gráfico semanal. ¿Sabes qué? Déjame me echo para atrás una. En este gráfico semanal pueden darse cuenta cómo también está el 9 por encima del 21 y estamos siendo rechazados de los dos, en lo que estamos perdiendo esta línea de soporte que estaba acá. Totalmente acabamos de quitar este bajo y sigue empujando a la baja. Pueden verlo en tiempo real, cómo se está yendo al nepe Rivian, damas y caballeros. Pueden ver acá la formación. Quiero, antes de que vean todos estas cosas, quiero enseñarles lo que estamos viendo un poco de lejos. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo si sigue simplemente patrones de vela, no? Uno, tienes este tope, tienes este alto más bajo, este alto más bajo, este alto más bajo, este alto más bajo y este alto más bajo. Y ahora estás creando un bajo más bajo de este y de este. Y eso te pone en una tendencia bajista, claramente, no importa cómo y dónde lo quieras ver. Aquí ya cuando nos acercamos un poco más a la estructura, podemos ver que perder este nivel es bastante significante, sobre todo con el tamaño de la caída. Tu siguiente objetivo o el de Alex es 12.30, el mío es $12. Podría pasar cualquier cosa. Lo que si eres alcista en Rivian buscarías es simplemente, recuerda, tienes niveles, ¿no? Y tenemos nuestros niveles acá. Estás viendo Rivian romper esto, puede detenerse acá, pero el problema es que acabas de romper esto y este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja. Entonces, este movimiento tiene que ser significante, en mi opinión, si sigues patrones de velas. Ahora, puede que no, pero puede que sí. Cuando volteamos a ver todos los promedios en todos lados, puedes ver que estamos por debajo. Venimos y nos rechazó el 9 en la diaria y es lo que nos está llevando al fondo en este momento, que ya son 12.70. El 21 lo rechazamos en la vela de ayer, junto con el 100, y ese promedio es bastante importante, y acá tienes el 55 arriba, después de que tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja acá, y también si lo pones en un gráfico de 2 días, me parece que acabamos de tener también el 9 se fue abajo del 55 y del 21, y ahorita el 21 y el 55 están actuando como resistencia, rechazo en el 9. Entonces, donde lo quieras ver, Rivian tiene cara bajista, hasta en la gráfica de 3 horas ve esto, estás abajo de absolutamente todos los promedios. Lo que querrías ver, si eres alcista en Rivian, es sencillo. Quieres volver a retomar esta línea, quieres tener un cierre arriba de los 13.50, porque si no, esto tiene cara que tu siguiente objetivo va a ser cerrar este gap acá hasta los 12.05, y de ahí, de ahí tienes que esperar a que rebotes y vayas a la alza con fuerza, porque si no, vas a ir a buscar este mínimo en los 10.32 hasta los $10, y de ahí, bueno, seguirás buscando para abajo. Pero por ahora el momentum y todo lo que estamos viendo en Rivian nos dice que va a ir para abajo, y una vez más, ¿por qué no iría para abajo? ¿Qué es? Todavía no hay nada que nos diga cómo es que la gente va a poder comprar más coches en este momento, aunque bajen los tipos. Recuerda, la cantidad de deuda está en máximos para todo el público en este momento y ni siquiera están contando deuda fantasma, y podemos ver el gran breakdown que está teniendo Rivian abajo el día, 3.8%, aunque siempre digo, cuando Rivian empieza el día agresivamente vendiendo, hay dos sopas. Esto va a ser demasiado bajista, muy largo, a mediano, corto plazo, o va a rebotar esto y darnos un fakeazo para arriba. Pero esto lo vas a ver hoy con el cierre literalmente de hoy. Así que ahí tienes a Rivian, vámonos a Tesla, como de que no. All righty, Farhan, it's your time to shine, son.
Let's do it. Tesla. Mr. Elon.
What does Tesla do again? No?
I completely forgot. I think they make robots, right? Humanoid robots.
By the way, doesn't that sound fucking ridiculous? But that's what they do. They also do that. I love the future. It sucks, but it's awesome.
What I find with Elon that's so funny right now is everybody thinks that he's going to be forced to sell Tesla. Twitter because of his shares that he leveraged to buy it, and they're like, oh, he's lost so much value now. He's going to have to sell it to Mark Cuban. First of all, Mark Cuban can't afford it. Second of all, that's not even how it works whenever you leverage your shares.
No, yeah, it's a hard one to explain to people. But hey, people told me that the man that changed space travel, the man that changed the way that we move and the way that we look at cars and the way that these cars drive themselves, the man that changed money velocity through PayPal, that dude couldn't handle a social network. But he can do all of those things, but the moment that he bought Twitter, he fucked up because the man doesn't know what he's doing technology-wise, even though he created PayPal.
Didn't you hear he didn't do any of that? He just bought the companies. Didn't you hear that?
And then the companies just went up like crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that's incredible. At least he's a great investor.
And he only has that money because his dad owned an emerald mine. You didn't hear that?
That's right. That too.
You can forget about the fact that most rich families lose all of their wealth by the third generation. That doesn't matter.
Oh, and he's big African too. You have to throw that one in there.
Oh yeah, he's African. They hate that.
That's fucking gross. Hopefully, we'll bomb him too.
All right. So the weekly on Tesla right now, we're still above the 200 SMA, which has been resistance ever since this deviation right here. Over here it was resistance. It was support. It was deviation and support right here. Right now, we're currently above the 200 SMA and we're above the 38.2% as well. Not only that, but we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the weekly on Tesla. So as long as we close over this, and what I'd love to see is that this 200 SMA lines up perfectly with this 38.2%. If we do close over this area, this 38.2% and the 200 SMA, and we have the silver cross, very likely we're going up to the 61.8% or the 78.6, somewhere between here. And that would be around $259.11 to all the way up to $285, just based off this HPDR setup, because it gives you the statistical probabilities of continuation from wherever you close above. And if you look at our HPDR momentum, this is breaking out. This is about to enter the bullish control zone, while the volatility is starting to tick up as well. So both of our indicators tell us that the move that we're getting right now is going to be an impulsive move, and it's not going to be a corrective one before we go down. We still have not tested the 9 EMA, but I don't think we're going to at this point. I think this 9 EMA is going to move up a little bit higher, possibly somewhere around this 200. And then once we close above it, we can get a retest of both before we end up moving to that 78.6 target. If we look at the jewel right now fell below the pink, and now it's curving back around, and the curvature is very strong. So this tells you that very likely on the next weekly open, this is going to turn into a light blue cyan buy signal, and that's going to also support that move to the 78.6% at $280 to $285. Check our monthly. Monthly is also very strong as well. Monthly is bouncing exactly off of not only the median, but our 21 EMA, 5 EMA, and 9 EMA. When they're all bunched up together like this, it gives you a very significant area. So if we close anywhere like this, we have a statistical probability of hitting between the 38.2 and the 50%. And right now, the 38.2 sits at $271.42, and the 50% is at $295.69. Very nice number. That also lines up with our previous number we were looking at before of around 285. That would be a retest of these lower highs on Tesla right here. It wouldn't exactly be new all-time highs. It would just be a retest of this lower high at around, what is the numbers? $299.29. If we close anywhere above this number, very likely we're going to visit the previous all-time highs and probably break past them a little bit. That current all-time highs are sitting at around $414.50. So what we're looking for is a close over $299.29, preferably over $300. Then we're very likely going to go up to this top 78.6% on the monthly, which right now is at $476.56. If we look at our HPR momentum, that's also breaking up into the positive territory, and the volatility is currently expanding as well from the bottoms. So volatility is supporting this move on the monthly as well. All of our time frames are lining up. Our high time frames are telling us that Tesla is most likely going to get an upwards move relatively soon. Our monthly jewel right here is making a higher low, and it's projecting getting into the bearish control zone, and it's flipping back into a light blue cyan buy signal. The pink is still below the yellow. So what we're waiting to see is for the pink to cross above the yellow and then this light blue to cross above the pink, and that would give us a very high probability play of us actually going to that mid $400 target. Let's see if we have anything on the quarterly.
It's interesting. You know that he's announcing the robo taxi on either September 10th or October 10th or October 8th, something like that. So the announcement is coming. Normally Tesla peaks either a week or into the announcement and then dumps like crazy. Yeah. And they normally pre-run the dump. So that's something to keep in mind. But also this could be very different because this is AI they're talking. But yeah, I see how bullish this looks.
No, there's another significant thing that just happened on the quarterly. As you see in this entire move, when we went from around, what is this, $14 all the way up to about $400, we held the 5 EMA every single time. After we lost it is when we started consolidating and going sideways for about like January until now. That's about 8 months that we've been sideways. Right now, not only are we above the 5 EMA again, we're above the median and we're above the 38.2%. So statistical probabilities are that if we close anywhere above this area, we're very, very likely going to 50%. And right now, that is severely new all-time highs at about $542 at the moment. So every one of these time frames is lining up, telling us that Tesla is looking bullish. Let's check the divergences. I would love to see some bullish divergence on this right now.
There's going to be 39 billion hidden bullish divergences.
Quarterly, yep. Quarterly has a possible drive hidden bullish divergence, 10 days and 6 hours to confirm. And if it does confirm, our easy target is going to be a retest of these highs right here, which is currently at about $360 to somewhere around $385. Remember that $385 number we were looking at before?
Where do you need to close?
It needs to close anywhere above this candle's high, which is right now $203.20.
Got it.
If we close above that, the divergence will be confirmed. And then we can also get a FIB target based off that as well. It will give us a minimum of the 78.6, which is $347.59. So about $40 away from that top. And the RSI will give us a target because right now we're bouncing off the middle zone. So the easy target on the RSI will be the bullish control zone. This number is going to move down, but right now this number is sitting at $451.76. And you guys got to remember, like a quarterly hidden bullish divergence is extremely powerful. Here's the last time that we had one. It was at $14.90, and then the price went to $400. So is it really that out of the question to say another confirmation will take us from 238 to 450? Not really.
No, and also if Trump wins the election, then you know that he's going to be buddies with Elon, and you can only imagine how that'll benefit all of these companies, right? I mean, it would be stupid not to think so.
And then we have one more point of confluence. You remember right here when we had that hidden bullish divergence and we went up from that $16 number to $400? Here's where the volatility was at. The volatility expanded from here to extremes, and that's what gave us that big move up. Where's volatility at right now? In the exact
fucking place. Crazy.
Everything is lining up. Everything is rhyming. The stars and the planets have aligned, and it looks like
the moon.
The moon.
And we have a bull moon. How could I forget about that?
Fuck, this is good. It looks really, really, really bullish. It's just going to depend on that announcement, I think. How much hype will that really generate and how ready they are? Because if he goes, all right, here it is, here's the robo-taxi, and on top of that, it's ready, imagine. Yeah. That would be insanity. But if he goes, this is
5 years, 10 years, it'll come out.
Oh, that would suck.
And normally that's what happens with Tesla. So I'd say I'd be very bullish, but with lots of caution for anyone that's listening. After Bitcoin, do you mind doing Meta, Farhan?
Can I do Bitcoin as well?
Yeah, absolutely. The more the merrier. Yes. I feel like that's kind of our specialty here. One would say, okay, sounds good. Let me bring Tesla to everyone. Vale, estamos viendo Tesla y lo estamos viendo en diferentes time frames, ¿ok? Para empezar, todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan nos dicen que esto se ve demasiado potentemente alcista y creo que podemos ver el por qué. Porque estamos recuperando la 9 después de haber estado peleando con ella y en este momento el precio de Tesla está cotizando en $239.04 y moviéndose. Esta vela trimestral es bastante grande, el rango va de los 181 hasta los $270. Y está por encima del promedio de las 9 y el promedio de las 9 está por encima del 21, que es bastante bueno. Voy ahora a acercarme a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver algo espectacular que está pasando y es esto. Vienes en esta tendencia bajista y el precio y con cuerpo de vela estás rompiendo a la alza, lo que es un indicador bastante alcista. Puedes ver que estás por encima del 21, encima del 9 y el 9 va a subir encima del 21 siempre y cuando el precio siga empujando por acá. En la mensual esto se ve bastante alcista. Tienes este bajo que es más alto que este bajo que es más alto que este alto que es más alto que y eso nos da la idea de que podemos venir a retestear la zona de los $300 con Tesla, sobre todo en la mensual. Cuando les pongo el gráfico de 2 semanas, podemos ver cómo literalmente acabamos de hacer que el 9 se vaya por encima del 21, además del 55, cuando todo esto está apretado en algún lado, sabes que la volatilidad va a favorecer el movimiento que estás viendo y es justamente eso, este empuje a la alza. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal también esa es la mensual, idiota. Aquí podemos ver algo todavía aún más espectacular en esta, porque tienes un cruce plateado ya aquí, un Silver Cross, que se dio la semana pasada y ahora tiene toda esta fuerza donde está encima del 9 rebotando y ahora el precio está bastante lejos. Nuestro objetivo siguiente a romper son estos máximos en 271, pero de acuerdo a los indicadores que tiene Farhand de todo lo que estamos viendo en el HPDR y también con la señal de compra y las divergencias alcistas escondidas, el siguiente objetivo de esto debería ser por ahí de los $350 a $380, lo que lo pone básicamente en este alto. Y es importante tenerlo en mente. Si tienes un cierre trimestral, y por cierto, la trimestral cierra en 10 días, me parece aquí lo va a decir, 10 días y 6 horas. Con que cierres arriba de los $206, que es básicamente encima de esta línea, no, está abajo de esta línea, pero encima de los $206, eso te dé una confirmación de que podamos romper los altos acá en 403 y nos podamos ir hasta los 500. Tienes que ir paso a paso porque hay una cosa que tienen que entender de Tesla y esa cosa es, a Tesla le encanta hacer el front run de los shows que pone Elon. Y acuérdense que van a anunciar el robotaxi de Tesla, ¿cuándo? El 8 o el 10 de octubre, que ya faltan literalmente o 18 días o 20 días. Y si eso se da, y aparte dice, güey, aquí está el nuevo robotaxi, y aparte está listo. Tienes todo para poder seguir corriendo para arriba, además de que si Trump gana la elección, sabes que va a favorecer a Elon Musk, porque Elon Musk nunca ha tenido un presidente que lo favorezca. Entonces, probablemente es por eso que estamos viendo este tipo de correlación en todas las temporalidades en Tesla, pero también puede existir el otro lado de la moneda, ¿no? En esto. Y eso es que anuncie que va a salir el robotaxi, que va a venir el próximo año y todo esto, que no dé fechas y que no saque nada más. Yo creo que esto lo vamos a ver darse la vuelta para abajo. Así que atención con resultados, como siempre es de mega nervios, pero yo creo que de aquí a resultados o antes de resultados, con el momentum que lleva, se ve imparable Tesla y se ve muy fuerte. ¿Y por qué Tesla y no Rivian haciendo esto? De nuevo, es simplemente porque Tesla está a punto de anunciar algo que podría cambiar el mundo y la movilidad alrededor de todos lados. Por eso Tesla está brillando en este momento comparado con Rivian, pero y Rivian ya está en los 12.54 y sigue bajando. Pero a lo que quiero llegar con esto es, no hay alguna razón todavía para nadie para decir que van a vender más coches. Sé que están bajando los tipos, pero no afectan directamente, instantáneamente a los precios de los préstamos. ¿Por qué? Porque, normalmente cuando anuncian que van a bajar, los préstamos bajan. Entonces ya estás en ese nivel. Ahora tienen que anunciar que va a haber otro bajón y Jerome Powell dijo, vamos a ir paso a paso con los datos uno a uno. Así que no hay nada todavía que nos confirme que esto se puede ir a máximos históricos. Mínimo de ahora para adelante, creo que sí podemos regresar a nuestro objetivo en los 260 y seguir empujando a la alza. Eso simplemente viendo la tabla, temporalidad y teniendo cuidado, entendiendo que vienen las relaciones de el robotaxi, señores. Así que pongan atención. Nos vamos a nuestro fuerte, que es Bitcoin, como de que no. Y Alex, the floor is yours.
Okay. Let me just make sure it's on. Nice. Okay, so Bitcoin's an interesting spot. I mean, we were looking at this zone, three days ago, right here on Tuesday, we were looking here as a rejection zone. We did reject it, not fully though. We, went all the way down, back tested the daily EMA 9, got this cross, and then got the expansion up. This is a big spot on Bitcoin. And this is something I was talking about pretty heavily yesterday to our Elite Trading Academy Discord. I'm cautiously bullish, of course. You got to be when you get above the daily EMA 100. But just like this, I said, we got to let price actually prove to us that this is support now. There should be no reason why anyone took longs in this zone. You should be waiting patiently for the 60,700 to probably get back tested. And so what we had yesterday was a rally straight into resistance. You guys have to keep in mind, if we reclaim the daily EMA 100, the next spot's the 200. And it makes sense to me. And that's exactly where we went to yesterday. And what I liked about this was the setup was pretty nice in the sense that we had this daily SMA 200 lining up perfectly with this meme line resistant range here. We know that this is a big spot on price because if we go and actually look at this, after we broke above it, we got a sustained breakout. We broke above it, back tested it here, broke out. Once we lost it, this is when we broke down. Bitcoin reclaimed it, deviated it, broke down. And so just like I was talking about here, where, okay, we broke down, are we rallying up? Is this going to be a retest? It seems redundant, I mean. That's funny. Seems redundant in the way that, yes, I mean, this is the problem with Bitcoin or anything going down as much as it did here. Is, you're under the EMA 100, you're under the SMA 200, the weekly closed under the 9. It takes a lot of momentum to actually push this up. And so right now, what we have here is a perfect tap here of this zone. If bears want today, they need to start taking us down today, in my opinion. This will solidify them gaining control back overall, because right now they're losing control. And they're losing control because, we're well above this EMA 100. They need to actually reject us here. I wouldn't expect, and this is another play I gave. If you guys short this, we'd have to stop here at 64,150. Because in my opinion, if we do press back up to this point, we're probably going to break it. And that just makes sense. Have a lot of shorts here. Nice liquidity grab can give us a squeeze up. And it's a massive level because if we don't reject here, my next spot is at 2021 market cycle high. Currently right around 69K, which most likely then lines up with us breaking this 65K high, which we all know was the last high before we, put in that weekly lower high here. This was a big spot on price. To me, I'm still looking at the weekly trend, which it's still down. We are trying to press above the 9, trying to get back above the 21, but unable to yet. We need to see how this closure is. And the reason why I'm convinced that bears need to actually step in now is because currently we have a very strong weekly closure happening. Right now the weekly is very healthily above the 9. It's reclaiming it nicely. All the momentum oscillators are pointed up. The pivots are pointed up. And so right now, as it stands, we ideally would want to see this start rejecting today into next week. I have to look at this for now as just another retest. Especially if we look at it on a daily, this kind of lines up nicely. We reclaimed this SMA 200, got above this meme line here, rejected it, and then fully came down. I was looking at this zone as the bearish retest because the daily EMA 100 was here. We reclaimed it. So now I'm looking at the same theory, but just at this zone here, which I like this zone more because it gives us an easy point of where we're wrong. Right, any even wick above this high here that was formed, and Bitcoin's trend has flipped. The weekly trend is flipped from down to up. It's something to watch as we're going into today, tomorrow, and next week. because, you know, right now as it stands, to me, this could start getting ugly if bears won. Now, you know, another reason on why I had, you know, because it's hard when you have a zone here, you have the SMA 200, it's on a daily, you know where you're wrong, which is any closure back above this wick high, which is right now 65,054. And so right now, taking the short at 64K, having a stop at 65,100, it's kind of a big like zone range, especially with my style of trading. And so what I like to do, and we're kind of in that interesting point where we don't really know where it could reject. We just have an idea that it should be around here. You know, then I like going to tether dominance. And tether dominance, if you guys have been watching closely, you know that this daily EMA 100 reclaim kind of sparked this whole thing. Like once we reclaimed it here, you know, this is kind of when I started getting pretty bearish overall. We've lost it, talked about this being a higher low, reclaimed it here, and then rallied up to make that higher high. Now what we had was basically a dump into this zone yesterday. We know that this is the first time it's hit because here it got front ran. And so usually on a big zone like this, the first time it gets hit, we get some kind of reaction. And that's what we got. We perfectly bounced to it, which corresponded exactly with the rejection here, which is nice. It's easy. So now if you're bearish, you know, you're losing momentum to be bearish. You know, you're looking basically at this as a rejection zone, and even bulls wouldn't be surprised if we rejected here. All we'd be basically doing is coming back and back testing this daily EMA 9. Why I'm watching this zone here at 60,700, but we also have to consider the 12-hour. And as it stands, the 12-hour right now has a fresh silver cross to the upside right here. You know, so technically we'd first have to look at the 9 on the 12-hour as support. And that's right now at 61,700. So if we dump into this, this still could be bullish. The silver cross to the upside still could be valid. Shorts could be scaling here on the thesis of the daily SMA 200 rejection, only to be fuel for maybe higher. This is a big point on the chart. I would watch very closely at the reaction. As it stands, I have to still be bearish because we're under the SMA 200. We haven't actually closed above the weekly EMA 9. And the only point here is, yes, bulls did reclaim the EMA 100 right here on the daily. But just like here, I want them to actually come down and prove to me that this is massive support now. If we can actually do that, then I am convinced that this was probably a major bottom here. And then this is really looking actually like a weekly higher low. Something I didn't think would happen potentially, but it is looking like it right here. So then ideally, if this is the next higher low, if the trend is shifting, because remember, we've been in a very shallow downtrend on the weekly, but downtrend nevertheless. And so we don't reject here. You know, there's really like nothing stopping us from breaking this high. Once we break this high that was formed, this weekly high, it was formed on August 19th. Currently, even if it wicks above it, which is at 65,000, it's 65,050, 65,100. Right now on this exchange, it's 65,100. So if we even wick above that, you know, this is a trend shift, and then I'll have to be more bullish because the trend is your friend. The weekly trend is up. It has precedent over the daily, the 12-hour, the 4-hour, and etc. And it can bleed into the monthly. So we want to see how this weekly is going to close in 2 days. Very, very big spot overall. Another point on why I would want this to reject now is so that this cross doesn't happen. You know, we were talking about this happening, being bearish, you know, being under the 9 and rejecting. The issue here is, you know, now it's trying to flip up. So in my experience, what I've seen pretty closely with corn is, you know, when you get like to the point where it's about to cross, you're at resistance, tether dominance is at support on the daily. You know, to me, this could just be again, it just solidified the rejection zone here, because you would expect us to reject before this cross happens, which probably happens before this 2-day closes the weekly. So overall, it's a big spot. I mean, you know, I can't be irresponsible and say we're max bearish and we're going to 44K right now, because it's not the case. You know, bears, like I said, had a lot of momentum in the beginning of this month. It actually pushes down. They did. It wasn't fully sustained. We couldn't break this low, and then we had this move up. you know. And so now what we want to see here is some either this. If you're bullish, you want us to come down, you want us to trap shorts. What you'd want is something like this not to happen, and this not to happen, where you know it comes down, shorts are stacking in, we hit this EMA 100, maybe go a little below it on a wick, come up, hold it. This will give us the momentum we need to actually break out to that 69K region. If you're bearish, what you want is us to have top tier. You don't want us to basically hit this high that was formed last night. You essentially, it doesn't matter what we do under it. And you would be looking at this as a potential rejection of a bearish retest of the meme line of a point that we held here. You would look at this as another daily SMA 200 tap, and it's an SR flip if this is resistance, while also looking at a major daily level hit on tether dominance. While also crypto Twitter is pretty bullish now. Everyone's bullish. Everyone's convinced the bottom. Everyone's like, you know, bears are fucked. The bear theses are dead. I disagree. I think that it's 50-50 right now. It's more leaning bullish, but it very well could flip. And this is why I said on the Discord today, you want to see bears flex today. You want us to actually move down. You don't want this to just start chopping here, grinding up, you know, slowly just like consolidating above resistance, because then this will just reset BBWP on the daily, in my opinion. So in summary, you know, watch the rejection at this zone 60. If you're bearish, you wouldn't expect 64,100 to break again. You'd expect that to be the top. HB then looking for a short opportunity. If we go to the lower time frames here, maybe we go to the 10-hour. You know, you would basically be wanting essentially first, you know, this to reject, lose this 9 here. Especially on the 12-hour. That'll then start invalidating the 12-hour silver cross that we have. If we can actually lose the 9, we'll start invalidating the silver cross to the downside. And then we have, you know, that daily EMA 100 zone. If we start losing this, which remember, when a major moving average is lined up perfectly with a meme line, which also corresponds with the daily 9, we know that the spot here is pretty big. That's just all that tells me. This is a massive spot. So we should see some reaction if we do come down. That'd either just be a bounce to another lower high or an actual, you know, reversal here. And this is what is a bottom opportunity and a long opportunity. Because we just have the 100, the 9, and a meme line zone. And that 60,700 is a big point on Bitcoin. You know, you have to look at this as like a range now, right? Bitcoin loves the range. We're just in a range. We could be forming a range. So we just basically hit the top of the channel resistance. So we're going to come down here and hit the bottom while testing these major moving averages. You know, it's more a waiting game. I'm more bearish as it stands. I'm expecting this to basically not break this high. I was very tempted to open a short last night. Felt dirty to open a short at 1 a.m. right before I go to bed. So I gave the call out saying, you know, I want to short, I won't. If you do short, basically just have your stop at this wick high here. You know, some exchanges are showing it differently, but as it stands, we basically wicked up to 64,100. To me, stops at 64,150 are logical. And then, you know, even rallies up to this could just be another short opportunity as long as we don't break this high. We break this high, we probably have a lot of shorts stacked in. This will probably give us that squeeze up, which then we'll start testing these highs. This will be at the last point for bears. If we start breaking the 65K zone, I'd expect a very big squeeze up. You know, overall, people have been playing the weekly downtrend. We can see here as soon as you know, as soon as downtrends are broken, like watch what happened on the daily, right? This was the last lower high. We came down, we broke it here, came down, retested this zone that we just rejected. And then what happened? We had a massive expansion from that. And so what we'd expect then is this zone to either reject or get reclaimed. We don't want, if you're bearish, you don't want this weekly to close like this. You'd preferably want it to come back down under 60,700, which means that, yeah, bears have to start flexing here pretty fast within 2 days. And then, you know, you would be looking at this weekly USD dominance to actually hold this 9, reclaim it, and then probably push up maybe to this 100 on the weekly. And then, you know, we'll see. It's very not clear to me right now. I have to just play the level to level, you know, and as it stands, we rallied into resistance. We just hit a massive level, which is the SMA 200. We had tether dominance hitting massive support, first time it's hit it since they reclaimed it. So and then we also know that Bitcoin dominance potentially could be hitting, I know on Farn's chart at least, his HBDR and Bitcoin dominance was showing some kind of resistance here. So we know, a pullback on Bitcoin dominance was likely. The issue here is just like things are starting to really flip up and churn for bulls. And that's why I really just want to see this start rejecting. As it stands, though, the weekly is still down. The trend is still down. Tether dominance is still in a weekly uptrend. If we go to the weekly here. But it's very close to getting lost, right? We wouldn't want this low here to get broken, just like right on Bitcoin, we wouldn't want this high to get broken. Something to really consider and watch. If you are playing the shorts, and if you are going to play the short, then technically per the book, you'd just want any stop above here. I don't trade like that. I trade more high leverage. But if you want to be real conservative and make sure you guys don't get stopped out, liquidity grabbed, and all this is just nothing important, you would essentially have a stop here at the very top of this wick high, because you know that even if we go and test this and then come down, well, we've basically broken the downtrend on the weekly. A big point on the chart. And we also know that, BBWP on the weekly is still expanding. It's still above 15%. It's just low now. It's just resetting again after it hit extremes, pumped up, consolidating here. Are we going to get another expansion here? And that's why it's more of a waiting game. We're hitting massive points in the chart. And if you're not watching closely, this is like an easy short opportunity potentially. Just like if we retest this could be an easy long opportunity. That's why I think now this week and into next week is going to be very key to start watching, because I do think that a big opportunity is brewing overall. I think especially the way the 5 day is looking and what we know with the momentum pivot, overall, this could be a huge opportunity for bulls or bears. We just need to see where these closures happen, where the weekly closes, and then if we actually break the weekly downtrend. But as long as the weekly is still in a downtrend, I have to look at the daily as basically hitting massive resistance. And I would not be surprised if we rejected here. But bears would need to step in now. They need to start flexing this and pushing this down. If we start losing the daily EMA 100 on tether dominance, then I have to ignore these two zones, and I'm looking at this zone here, this 5.1%. That'll be the key for me. If we start breaking this massive diagonal that we drew together on stream, then we have to start looking essentially as this being a massive deviation. I'm liking how this daily SMA 200 is going to probably start curving up, matching this diagonal. If we start breaking down, then this could probably potentially invalidate the quarterly bearish divergence that tether dominance has, solidifying the bullish divergence. And then at that point, if we do test this 2021 market cycle high, considering how many times we've tested it and hit it already, here, we've basically just been playing around. This red line is the 2021 market cycle high on a wick basis. If we actually rally back into this zone, I do think we're probably going to break it with force. And then I am then looking at that, first we have to look at 73,800, break that. I'm looking at that 77, 78K, which lines up with Farn's CME HBDR, I believe on the weekly, the median, I mean. So overall, big spot. It's really hard to say. It's in that point right now where, I want to be bullish, but it seems kind of irresponsible if I'm max bullish, but I also am not max bearish. And that's something I've also, every time I've talked about bearish scenarios, I still have to remind everyone we're still well above the monthly 9. And for me, as long as we're above the monthly 9, we're not totally in a bear market. I don't think that it's over. I just think, this candle on the monthly could get kind of crazy. Ideally, if you're bearish, you'd want us to reject here and then probably form a doji, and then into next month, probably dump. That is simply put what I'm expecting, what I'm watching. I'm watching this to possibly reject here. And if we don't, we know we're wrong. If we start breaking this high here, great. I'm off short watch. I'm waiting for the weekly close. I want the weekly to basically close above the EMA 9. I want the monthly to hold the 9. And then I want basically I'm still not going to long. I still want to back test of the daily EMA 100. It's been a big point. We're just, oh, we closed above it. Now let me long. Oh, no, wait. Because each time we've closed above it, we've deviated. We've not let price prove to us its support. It's just our assumption. And when we're trading based on assumption, it can get dangerous. So if that point happens, we close the weekly above the 9. We actually start breaking the downtrend, then cool. Wait for the daily EMA 100. It's a logical trade to long. Any closures under it, cut to long. Very to the book trading here. Watch the daily SMA 200, reject, watch the daily EMA 100. We lose that. It's bears have full control again, in my opinion.
So absolutely. And I'd say this, it's playing the same fucking dickwad game as the DXY is doing. Like, he wants to fall, but he doesn't want to fall, and he wants to go back up, and he doesn't want to go back up, and he's just like literally in the middle of everything. Whereas, like you said, it's a 50-50. It depends on what exactly are the closest and where momentum takes us after that. So interesting spot for Bitcoin.
And DXY is actually looking kind of interesting. I shared the chart. You know, what we're at right now, just like on tether dominance, this is more of an important level though, because this is based on a weekly. And, you know, this weekly SMA 200 has a lot of data compared to the daily. What we see here is we've actually came all the way back down. We've actually hit it. We're not getting that kind of reaction off of it. You know, I was talking about potentially this 99 zone, $99.65 zone being support. You know, did we front run it here? Possibly. If we start closing back above 101.56 on Dixie, I'll be looking as potentially this is a bottom. You know, for me, when I look at the chart, we zoom in, we know this SMA 200 on the weekly is pretty big. Got reclaimed, came down, back tested it, and then this is what basically parabolically took us in 2022 up. You know, I know Europe remembers this move. So
Very well.
You know, is that what we're seeing kind of now? Slow bleed into it, you know, hits it, consolidates on it before we basically expand hard from this point. I don't know, maybe. I just find that interesting. You know, it's a big level, just like on Tether, just like on Bitcoin. The weekly holds more weight, especially with this SMA 200. Even if we rally all the way back from this point, all the way just to 102, still could be a big rally. You know, it could still give stocks and risk on more of that pullback. You know, I know I'm sharing Bitcoin, but remember, this is a correlation with risk on. I know people will say, well, it really hasn't. I mean, and you're right, it really has not. But I promise you, there always will be balance in the force, and that will come again. You can't disregard this SMA 200 weekly hit on Dixie, especially when you start looking at this. I mean, this is just interesting, actually, because we're at the same point, the same zone. Yes, the moving averages aren't in this such a bullish structure, considering, you know, we have the flip, we have the 9 now acting as resistance. But to me, I can't discount this at massive support that we just hit, just like I'm not discounting it on tether dominance. And a massive resistance zone we hit on Bitcoin yesterday. Well, everyone's bullish. No one's talking about it. Usually, oh yeah, and then also in the past like 48 hours, we've had over 1 billion perpetual longs enter the market. A shit ton of fluff. You know, it's
and a lot of great news. Michael Saylor just bought 1 trillion Bitcoins again, and everybody, yeah.
While we rallied straight into resistance. So, you know, I don't know. I just say what I see, and you know, I'm more like it's leaning more bullish, but I'm still bearish, and I need it to prove to me that's bullish. Once we actually do reclaim the weekly 9, and then we actually backtest that EMA 100. Cool. That could give us the fuel to break that SMA 200, assuming we don't close above the SMA 200 today. So
nice, sir. Farhan, you ready?
Are you going to translate, or should I just go into it?
No, get into it, because it's just Bitcoin. I'm just going to do I'm guessing it's going to be similar, but also I'll do the separate summaries.
All right. So I'm going to start.
I'm nice like that.
Oh, nice. Yes. Very nice guy. The nicest guy. I've met a lot of nice people, and he's the nicest one I've ever met.
I don't really mean I'm a nice guy. I just mean like I'm nice like that. Like when you play basketball and you're good, that dude's nice. Like I'm nice only with translation, not with market not doing or creating my own analysis on the market. Just on translations. I got you, boys.
Thank you. All right, so on the weekly, I'm going to start with CME because CME is mainly giving me a lot of my bias right now. We are rejecting the median. We've tapped the median on CME at 63,755. We're currently below it by about like $400. We have 6 hours and 16 minutes to go. If we get any type of closure above this median on CME at 63,755, we have a statistical probability of hitting this top 38.2 zone, which is currently at 72,700. And I personally, I put a lot more weight on the HPDR than I do over EMAs because EMAs are a lagging indicator and they tell you about price that's already happened, whereas HPDR gives you statistical probabilities of price that's going to happen. But as long as we're below the median, which we are right now, we have probabilities of going down. If we reject the median, we're very likely to come back down to somewhere around $57,500 to $58,000. And currently, we are still below it. If we look at the HPDR momentum on the weekly on CME, we are getting a fresh break up. We're about to enter into the positive territory while the volatility is at 0, or it's approaching 0. It's at 3.47%. So whenever volatility is going down and momentum is going up, you get a statistical target of the median, which right now we've already hit. So we want to see on the next weekly open, this is volatility start to tick back up, and then this momentum break into the positive territory. Let's check it on spot. On spot, it's looking significantly stronger than it is on CME. Spot is already above the median. The median is 62,334, and we're about almost $1,000 above that. And we have about 2 days to go on spot. So the bears would ideally want to bring the price down another $1,000 before the weekly close to make it reject the median, and that would also coincide with CME going all the way back down. And spot would give us even a lower target than CME if we reject the median. It would give us a target of 54,660, something somewhere around that zone if we continue to reject the median. And we're getting the same exact signals on spot as we are CME, where the momentum is breaking up. But on spot, we're already into the positive territory, and the volatility is at the exact same place. If we look at the jewel right now is starting to flip back up on the weekly. It's on the white neutral signal. On the next open is very likely going to give us that light blue cyan buy signal. Let's check the monthly right now. Sorry, with CME. Right now, CME is reclaiming the monthly blue 38.2 zone, and it's back testing off of it, and it's expanding, giving us a green candle. We have 10 days to go, so anything could happen in the next 10 days. But if we do close above this 38.2 zone, which is at 59,100 on CME, we have a statistical target of the median. The median right now is at 77.7. The momentum is going down on CME on the median right now, but volatility is flat. So that is telling us that this downward move, while volatility was declining, was very likely corrective. On the opposite end, though, we are getting a sell signal on the monthly jewel on CME. We're approaching this pink area. If we are bullish, we would expect it to flip around this pink area and flip back into a white signal and then a light blue cyan buy signal if we are going to be bullish. And then let's switch to DXY for a second. This is why I see DXY as breaking down currently. We've retested this bottom of the blue 38.2 zone. We retested it again, and now we're about to lose it. Every single time we lose this area or break above this area, it causes significant pumps or dumps. So if we lose this blue 38.2 zone, at the very least, we're coming down to this 100 EMA, which right now is at 98.144. This area probably gets us a bounce, retest this meme line, and then I would look for it to roll over again and hit this 78.6 around 95. And if you look at our monthly momentum oscillators, monthly HPDR is breaking down. The momentum is going down to the bearish control zone, while volatility is starting to expand and it's getting above the moving average. So that also gives us more confluence that DXY is about to have a very significant move towards the downside. If we look at our monthly jewel, the jewel is flipping into a dark blue sell signal and it's about to break below the pink. As long as we close below the 38.2% on the HPDR, we're going to lose this pink, and then we're very likely going to get a test of this bearish control zone. And since we bounced from it last time, we're probably going to break within the bearish control zone. Let's check Tether dominance.
I'll make a quick parenthesis right now. My nuclear plays are up all 20, 30%.
Nice. Nuclear energy is the future.
Well, while it is the future, that means that uranium is going to be scarce, right? Or scarce. And why? Why now?
Interesting.
That's just interesting. And
It's a
Rivian's taking a mega shit, by the way. It's already at 12:30, where Alex said that was his next target to the downside. So good luck, everyone.
And then looking at Tether dominance on the monthly, this is also giving me a bearish setup, considering that we moved up, we tested into the median, and then not only did we reject the median, but we rejected it so sharply that now the candle's red. If we close like this on Tether dominance in the next 10 days, 10 hours, our first target is the blue 38.2 zone, which is at 5.01%. And then below that is this meme line, which is currently at 4.66%. And that would be a pretty significant move down on Tether dominance, which means Bitcoin is probably breaking those previous 65K highs. But until then, we have no confirmations. We're just waiting until the monthly close. And momentum is flipping up and volatility is flipping down on the HBR momentum and volatility. That gives us a target of the median, which we've already hit. So is that condition already satisfied? Very, very likely, considering we've already hit the median. Let's go to my momentum and volatility chart. This is also another thing that's giving me a strong bias for Bitcoin right now, because we have a setup. Yeah, we have a setup on the 5-day momentum versus volatility chart, where every time volatility drops below 15% and then it expands, the direction of the stochastic momentum, there's an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move up from there. Right now, volatility has expanded from 0% and it's sitting at 33%, and it's still expanding. As you see, it's still moving towards the upside, where this moving average is literally vertical towards the upside. And right now, the momentum is going to be up as long as Bitcoin is closing the 5-day over 59,750. We started expanding from around this point right here on the volatility, which is currently at 60,145. So let's do an average move from 60,145 and see what this setup will give us.
Just at $17,000, so 80,000 basically. Let's see.
The minimum move would take us somewhere around $78,000, and then the average move at 35% would take us over $80,000 or $81,000. And statistically, we have an 85% chance of this happening while price is above 59,750. So bears would have to bring the price down by around $4,000, almost $4,000 to invalidate this setup.
When does the 5-day close? In 1 day and 10 hours.
10 hours. And then the weekly right now, the weekly is giving us the exact same thing, where we went down into zero volatility and we based there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of zero volatility. Then we started expanding, and right now the price momentum is going to be up as long as price is above 57,716. That is also giving us the same similar setup, and we have to take that one from here, which is at 58,130, and the weekly is about a 40% move. So if we go from 58,130 to 40% to the upside, that takes us somewhere around that $81,000 number we were looking at before. So we have two different time frame setups giving us that same target. Go to the monthly. We don't have it on the monthly. The monthly will turn up above 65,100, but you see where it is on the monthly right now. It's dropping below the critical zone. Every time it dropped below the critical zone, it's been a very significant bounce. You see it right here, where we ended up bouncing from $30,000 up to $69,000, and then we had it over here. We dropped below the critical zone, and then we bounced into the critical zone, and we bounced from $1,600 all the way up to about $19,000, mid $19,000. So we're getting multiple different setups for that right now.
Would you dare say this kind of looks like a repetition of 2021?
It kind of does.
Yeah.
And the quarterly right now is still very sharply towards the upside as long as price is above $38,709.
I mean, unless something really fucked up happens, that should be perfectly achievable.
Declaration of World War III.
Damn, I mean, yeah, I guess. But then people would be like, that is so bullish. Bitcoin's gonna go to the moon.
We're going to use our magic internet coins to feed our families in the World War III.
That's right. That's right. That's how it works.
The weekly on Tether dominance right now, the momentum is flipping down, and it's going to take 5.91% to flip momentum down. On the weekly, if we flip down from this area, this is a rejection of the bullish control zone. It's making a higher high on the stochastic momentum. is price making. Yeah, price also made a higher high, so there's no divergence. But it would be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and we would have a target of the neutral middle zone, which would be a pretty decent sized drop on tether dominance for the weekly. On the monthly on tether dominance, we're getting a very sharp rejection candle. We're getting a lower high, and we're getting follow through with the loss of the 21 EMA. Momentum is still up on the monthly, while it's above 4.71%. That's because it's within the bearish control zone. Once it hits the neutral zone, this number is going to go up, and then if it's above price, that's bearish. If it's below price, then it's still bullish for tether dominance. While volatility is dropping on this move down, so that tells us that this is probably going to be corrected. On the quarterly, it's very, very sharply down as long as the percentage is below 7.34%, where we're significantly below that now. We didn't even get close to 7.34% to turn it back up, and we're rejecting this 9 EMA. Every single time Tether has been bullish on the quarterly right here, we've held the 9 EMA. When we tried to reclaim it this time, we rejected it, moved down, lost 21, tried it again, and we're rejecting it again. We have about 10 days, 10 hours to go. If we keep rejecting this, it's going to be considered bearish in my book. Let's check CME for the momentum. CME right now is above the 9 EMA on the monthly. We're finding some resistance at the 78.6 level, which is at 63,870. And the pivot right now is 64,256. But also on CME right now, we're breaking into the critical zone, below the critical zone. So once we close below here, this number is very likely going to go down. So we want to see where it goes to, if it goes below price action or not. And right now, based on the FIB targets, if we close above this monthly over 63,870, we're very likely going to go within the next couple of months, maybe a year or two, to somewhere around 104,870, which is that number everybody's looking for.
Yeah, there's not a single doubt in my mind we'll reach it, especially when we consider that we're about to devalue the currency even further. So whenever after or a little before that event happens, I'm sure it's going to run all the way up there. Easy.
Yeah.
Imagine printing another 20% or 30% of the monetary mass on top of what we already printed. But that's what gold is telling us, right? So this is what's going to take Bitcoin to that point.
Yeah. And right now on the weekly, we are technically still in a downtrend because we do have we don't have a higher high yet, and we do have lower lows and lower highs. But the first sign of flipping that around is that the weekly momentum is flipped up and very sharply up. It's like almost $6,000 above price action right now, or below price action for this momentum pivot. Every one of these the difference between now and every one of these previous bounces that we got when we got lower highs is, if you notice, every one of these bounces, weekly momentum was pointed very heavily towards the downside. Currently, that's not the case. Right now, the momentum is pointed up. So that tells us that this is something different from all of these lower highs that we previously had. Let's check the RSI. Right now, the RSI on the weekly, we have 2 days and 10 hours to go, but we have a very, very high possibility of confirming this bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. We have to close above 60,681 by the end of this week, and this bullish divergence will be confirmed. And then from there, we would have an easy target of these previous lower highs, which is right now at $70,000. And then we would have a target from the RSI as well of the bullish control zone. This is going to take a lot more time to play out, but and this number will go down a little bit. But right now, this number is sitting at 85,900. So is it going to go down towards that 81 number we were looking at from our 5-day setup? Possibly. Monthly, no divergence. Quarterly, still has an active hidden bullish divergence, which has not been found a local top yet. To get a local top, we would have to close below this low, which is at 56,500. Then this divergence will be invalidated. The 5-day, right now, we have a confirmed bullish divergence, and we're getting close to our easy target, which is the bullish control zone. And that number right now is at $71,600. And not only that, but we're above every one of these major EMAs as well. So, and we have the confirmed divergence. Let's go to tether dominance, and it'll give us the exact opposite. You see right here, has bullish divergence on Bitcoin on the weekly. Tether dominance has 3 drives of bearish divergence about to confirm on the weekly. We have 2 days and 10 hours to go. We would have to close above this candle's open, which is at 6.21%. If we close above that, the bearish divergence is invalidated, and then we can expect to find some type of bottom here and move back up towards the upside. But as long as we're below 6.21%, we're going to get 3 drives of confirmed bearish divergence, and our minimum target is going to be this middle zone of the RSI, which right now is at 4.71%. Let's measure tool that.
Oh, wow.
That's about 15% down on tether dominance. So we have the exact opposite setups on Bitcoin as we do on tether dominance right now. We still have 2 days to confirm them, so anything can happen within the next 2 days. But the price would have to go down by around $5,000 or $6,000 in the next 2 days to invalidate these setups. On the Jewel right now, we're flipping over as well on tether dominance, and we're about to flip this into a dark blue sell signal while volatility is expanding. So in my opinion right now, I'm leaning about like 55, maybe 60% on towards the bullish side and like 40% towards the bearish side, and watching for this weekly close to happen before we get any confirmations.
Yeah. I can see it too.
Because like if bears want to take control, they got to start now, like today. They got to start doing it, and they got to move it down a fuck ton, which can still happen. I mean, still very well could happen. So, especially when you know the perpetual futures are stacked right now with longs, horny longs, because you know you longed any day the past 2-3 days, you'd be up. So,
thank you guys. All righty. Ahí les va. Oh, and you did Bitcoin. Whoever's doing the next one's going to be Meta and then Coinbase.
I'll do Coinbase.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Vale. Estamos viendo Bitcoin y lo que voy a hacer es, voy a rápidamente darles lo que estamos viendo entre los dos, ¿no? Porque Alex y Farhan tienen 2 diferentes métodos de analizar esto, pero todo tiene una confluencia, queramos o no. Digamos que estamos 60% más alcista en este momento, hay 60% de probabilidades o 55% más de probabilidades de ser alcista que bajista en este momento. Lo primero que notamos es, y los voy a llevar rápidamente a la semanal, porque esto nos pinta una fotografía bastante sencilla de ver, es seguimos creando estos altos más bajos. Lo primero que notas es que este bajo tiene la posibilidad con este subidongo de poder romper la tendencia bajista. Estamos arriba del promedio del 9, arriba del promedio del 21. Bitcoin está cotizando en este momento en $63,028. Lo que estamos buscando es poder romper los 65,075 o este wick, en lo que te lo ponga en cualquier exchange. ¿Por qué? Porque si puedes romper esto te diría que este es un bajo más bajo y estás a punto de irte a buscar un alto más alto arriba de los $70,000 y te daría una excelente probabilidad de ir a revisitar esa zona. Sobre todo cuando volteas a ver gráficos con temporalidad más corta como los diarios, puedes ver en este momento está en un punto crítico. ¿Por qué? Porque estás creando lo mismo, ¿no? De los altos más bajos, pero también bajos más altos. Estás en medio de todo, pero estás a nada de romper estos. Y lo único que tienes que vencer es la resistencia del promedio de los 200 en el S&P 200, que se encuentra en este momento en 63,953. Básicamente, necesitamos tener un cierre arriba de esto para empezar a pensar, ok, vamos a romper nuevos altos, pero el siguiente objetivo sería tus $70,000, que es donde nos encontramos con la última caída y el último tope que habíamos visto por acá. Cuando volteamos a ver gráficos mensuales, también te puedes dar cuenta de la fuerza que tiene esto. No hemos caído bajo de la 9, que normalmente eso es lo que nos pone en un bear market, y la 9 está en el 58,330. Entonces, todavía tienes 10 días y 9 horas para cerrar esto. Cualquier cosa puede pasar. Puede que nos vayamos a crear nuevos altos históricos o puede que rompamos a la baja. Lo que es interesante es, estábamos viendo también CME, porque en CME es un poco diferente. Y te voy a dar los números y los rangos de Farhan en esto. En la mensual, CME con un cierre arriba de 62,334. Eso quiere decir, por acá, con que tengas un cierre arriba de esto, que en este momento estás por encima de, esto te va a dar un objetivo de movimiento a la zona de los $73,000 y estamos hablando de la mensual, de entre 73,000 y el siguiente objetivo también sería después de las 73,000, romper esos altos de los 73,800. Su siguiente objetivo sería entre 78 y 81,000 dólares. Es donde estamos encontrando mucha confluencia. Pero si llegas a cerrar abajo de los 62,334 en la mensual, muy probablemente vayas a visitar los 54,200 y eso te pone abajo del promedio que estamos viendo para que en la semanal pierdas la 9, pierdas la 21 y vengas a visitar por acá el promedio de los 55 una vez más. Cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether en esto, está creando básicamente un poco de lo contrario. Había hecho un nuevo alto y ahora empieza a ser un alto más bajo. Y lo que la gente quiere, si eres bajista, quieres que este nivel aguante y poder volver a retomar esto y ir a buscar pelearte con este alto en los 650. Pero por el momento está teniendo literalmente el movimiento contrario que Bitcoin y probablemente venga a recargarse en el 21, que se encuentra en el 5.4 o en el 5.36%. Estamos abajo del 9, pero por nada el 9 está en los 5.65, así que ahí tenemos que tener muchísimo cuidado, porque si llegamos a ser rechazados y perdemos justamente, digamos, el nivel de los 5.27%, esto va a venir a revisitar esta parte y probablemente tu siguiente objetivo va a ser buscar que no rompas los 4.68 para abajo. Sí, están completamente los toros, los alcistas en Bitcoin en control, pero si no, por este momento, Bitcoin básicamente se ve más alcista que bajista, sobre todo cuando lo ves en la diaria, aunque la diaria puede pintarte otra cosa. La diaria te está pintando una vela de tope que está siendo rechazada por el promedio de los 200, como te había dicho, y aquí abajo, sí, mientras nos da fuerza este cruce del 9 encima del 21, que es el azul encima del 21, todavía no hay nada significativo que nos diga que esto va a aguantar y va a romper a la alza. Tenemos que asegurarnos que podamos cerrar la mensual, que de nuevo, ¿cuándo cierra la mensual? En 10 días, 9 horas, que cierren arriba de 62,334. Eso es todo. Estás ahorita en 62,857. Así que tengan el ojo pelado. Yo creo que eso es importante. Futuros, para los que estén siguiendo futuros, tu cierre en futuros quieres cerrar arriba de la media del HPDR, que está en 63,765. Si puedes cerrar arriba de eso, tu siguiente objetivo son los 73,000 dólares. Si no cierras arriba de los 63, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser de los 63,765 en futuros. Tu objetivo van a ser los 57,580, que es más o menos por donde tengo esta línea blanca por acá. Así que pongan muchísima atención. Bitcoin en una zona súper jodedora, igualito que el DXY, un poco igual que todo. Porque si hasta volteamos a ver el SP500, puedes ver que vino acá a rechazar y ahora está bajando. Entonces, todo está en esta zona de mierda donde están jugando donde le están jugando Alberta. Y ojo también, Rivian desplomándose, señores, es lo que había visto antes, está 7% abajo. Entonces ya rompimos el objetivo de Alex y en mi opinión vamos a venir a los 12.01. Pero ya cerró el gap, por cierto. Así que eso, no, todavía no. Sí está en los 12.01. Así que atentos. Vale. All righty. What do we got first? Meta.
Yeah, I'm doing Meta.
Let us do the meta.
The Rivian? Oh, wow.
That's Rivian. Yeah.
Quite spot.
It's 7% down, dude.
Oh, almost like we talked about it.
Basically, well, it already broke your 12.30 and it's heading now to the $12 mark, which is that closes the gap.
Let's see.
On the daily.
God, where's my chart? Oh yeah, wow. So yeah, I mean we're at the spot now. $12.30, $12.26. Bulls want to push up here.
Yep.
We
I
don't.
think they're fucked.
We don't. Yeah, big yikes, especially with the way BBWP just expanded to 8%, 9% now. So, once that gets to 15, it's confirmed.
Damn. What do you got for us, Farhan?
Ready?
Yes, sir.
We're going to do the monthly on Meta first, because, I always like to start with my monthly. Meta is currently, I believe, Meta is at all-time highs right now. Nice. Mark Zuckerberg is feeling himself. As he tries to transform himself into Elon Musk, very desperate.
I'm glad you notice it. There's people don't understand that's not Mark Zuckerberg. That's not him. That's not him. He's been going to classes to talk. He's been getting a tan. He's been getting a PR firm that to make him more likable. Absolutely, sir.
You notice that new facial hair and gold chain?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. You can smell his cologne all the way to here from a picture.
He wears Dior Sauvage. You already know it.
No fucking doubt.
I used to wear that shit.
Of course. That
No.
was a classic thing to do.
Then I was told that that's what all the fuck boys wear.
Well, but Mark was instructed to wear it though.
So on this this little bit of a correction we had where we went sideways for a little bit, we started getting our volatility started to decline, and it was still declining even towards what we were making new all-time highs. Right now, volatility is starting to go a little sideways. It's trying to reclaim this moving average. If it does, that would support a break to significantly new all-time highs from here, because we're at about 73% of volatility. Last time we expanded from that zone, we expanded. Oh shit, my laptop's about to die. Let me grab my chart real quick. 1 second. My bad, guys.
Sounds good. Grab it. I'll share this one right with everyone so you can see.
Oh, wow.
I grabbed this from 2008, which also coincided with August 2021, which was the top at that point at 383. And right now we're breaking out.
Wow.
And this is on the monthly.
On the monthly
Yeah.
too, yeah.
And another thing that lines up, let me turn up the screen brightness. Another thing that lines up with that is that this whole time we had downwards momentum on our monthly. Right now, monthly is about to freshly flip up to the upside as long as price closes above $500.56. So at that point, very likely our volatility starts ticking up as well. The last time volatility ticked up, it was in the 80% range. It was like around 85%. And we ticked up from there. Price went from about $116 all the way to mid $500 area when we ticked up from 85%.
It's the
So
sweet
if we tick up from 73%, we should expect an even more volatile move than we had last time. And we're about to flip up, rejecting getting out of the bullish critical zone. When you have one of those things that tells you it's very significant, and we should be getting a pretty momentous move in the direction of the stochastic momentum. Let's see if I can get one of these things. This is going to be a very ridiculous target, but
I'll
try it less.
It's $1,500 to $2,300. That's what I'm guessing. Oh, the first one's not too crazy.
My first one's about 787. Oh, the Boeing 787. I'll get on one of those. I'll get on one of those. I just don't like the 737.
The A320 is my favorite.
Oh, the A320.
Even though that's an Airbus.
It's God tier.
Yep.
The only airlines that really fly it though are like the Middle Eastern ones and like the Asian ones.
That's what I was telling. My wife. I was telling Belen that the airlines right now, like you fly American Airlines to Europe, and like the flight attendants are haggard. They don't want to serve you. They do everything they can to run away from you. They fucking hate you. They like have a miserable face on, and then you fly on the Middle Eastern ones or the Asian airlines. And dude, it's like they want to carry your balls and put them on the seat gently. It's incredible.
Have you ever been on Singaporean Airlines?
No.
They're the nicest airlines in the entire planet. Literally the entire planet.
I bet.
You have you have basically a hotel room in your cabin. Because you have a seat that reclines, and then you have an actual bed. Like literally you have an actual bed.
Fuck.
It's not a seat that turns into a bed. It's a real bed.
It's a real fucking bed. That's pretty gangster. I haven't had that yet. Qatar Airways was incredible too.
It costs like $12,000 a flight though.
That's that's business just on Qatar or Emirates.
Emirates I usually pay around $7.
Really?
Emirates is about $7, and British Airlines I pay about $5.
That's pretty fucking good to go to
British
Dubai.
is nice too. British is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, British. I agree. Huh. Interesting.
British Airways, they serve the nice. They give you the Johnny Walker Blue Label.
Oh, no wonder why you like it. You fucking degenerate.
You already know. But if we could get any close above this 161.8% at $787, our next target is right around $1,216. Mark Zuckerberg is going to be one of the richest people on the planet.
But why? What the fuck is he doing that's going to do that?
No idea.
That's crazy.
It's looking like
Oh,
that's
it looks
going
so
to happen.
bullish. Yeah.
Quarterly right now, God, quarterly is looking insane. We're getting several closures above previous all-time highs. We're getting expansion, and we're breaking into the bullish critical zone. And we're going to stay bullish as long as price is above $367.41. I can't find anything bearish on this shit right now. Let me go to my HPDR chart and see if our HPDR targets line up with our fib targets. Yes, right now we're brushing up against the median on the monthly. The median sits at $637.50. We got 10 days and 5 hours left to go. I'm not too hopeful we're going to close above it, but I want to see where the median moves down to at the next monthly open. If it moves below price, then we have the setup towards the upside. But if it moves up and we continue to reject it, then we would have to retest this 38.2, which is currently at $537.54. But if it moves down, or if we close above it, our next statistical target is somewhere between 38.2 and the 61.8, which would give us a target of around $640 all the way up to about $675 on the monthly on the HPDR. Any expansion above there, and then we hit the 78.6, which is currently at around $760, right around that $787 number we were looking at before on the fib targets. Above that would give us 99%, and that is currently at what's that, $1,297, right next to our fib targets as well. On the quarterly, what do we have? Oh, the quarterly is looking so insane right now. We're literally above the 100% of the quarterly.
How's that even fucking possible? This shit broke.
There should be a 0% chance of continuation from here. So what I would expect based off of this is that we don't go very much higher from here on this monthly close. And what we want to see on quarterly close and this next quarterly open, we really want to see these ranges move up. Because if they don't move up, we're more likely to consolidate than we are to continue from there. Which doesn't make sense. We've had how much of a move up without much really of a correction?
5x.
Yeah, 531% without any real correction. So it doesn't make sense for us to go sideways for maybe 2 or 3 months before we continue while these ranges move up. But while these ranges are in this area, I would not expect us to hit that $787 target. I really want to see these ranges move up because we have a very low statistical probability of that actually playing out. On the weekly, we're getting a fresh breakout of the blue 38.2 zone. And how's our momentum looking? HPR momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone, and volatility is supporting it as well. And the jewel is giving us this light blue cyan buy signal, and it's making a higher low. So and we're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone too. So our next target would be the bullish critical zone based off of this jewel setup. Closing over this 38 point, not only are we above the 38.2, but we're above the 61.8 too, and above these previous highs. So if we close above the 61.8, we're very likely to hit the 88.3, which is currently at $627. But I don't think we would hit that number until our quarterly ranges move up. Once those move up, then I think that 620s would be our minimum target, and then we're looking at 700, high 700s from there. But let me look at if there's any divergences. That would be very helpful. Last time when I was bull posting about Meta in around 2023, my main bias was based off of the hidden bullish divergences, and we did like a 3x from there.
God damn.
So right now on the weekly, we have a possible drive of hidden bullish divergence about to confirm. And this is going to be a rejection of getting kicked out of the neutral zone because it was not even able to make it. It made it to around 55%. Neutral zone is at 50%. So it's going to be a rejection of that, and it's going to be a rejection of rejecting the moving average. So we would have to target. We'd have 2 targets from there. The easy one is the bullish control zone, and then the harder one is the bullish critical zone. The easy target, bullish control zone, is about $574.46. And then the critical zone is going to move down because next weekly open is going to happen and we're not going to be there. Right now, that number is at $838. Does it move to $787? Possibly. Monthly, anything? Nothing on the monthly. Quarterly, nothing. Weekly is basically the one that we have divergence on. 5-day, please load. 5-day, we already have a confirmed hidden bullish divergence. We have 1, 2, 3 drives of confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. We're already at the easy target, which is the bullish control zone, $560. Our next target is the bullish critical zone. Beautiful. Look where this number's at, $770.
God fucking damn it. And I believe you can make up a reverse head and shoulders. Remember that trend line that I put that he was like crashing against and now breaking out from? And the target on that would be 667.
You're right up with that $700 number.
Yeah.
So now we have multiple different setups giving us that same target. And then we have the jewel right here on the 5-day, making a higher low, breaking above the pink. And now we have the pink, the light blue above the pink on a cyan buy signal. And we're rejecting the neutral zone. So we would have to target the bearish control zone and the bearish critical zone from there. So multiple different time frames, multiple different setups are telling me that Meta is looking pretty bullish on the high time frames.
It's fucking crazy. I don't understand. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg's going to buy Elon Musk. Is that it?
Of you go woke, you go broke. Well, now he's trying to hold himself.
What's going to happen is that Mark Zuckerberg is going to start supporting Trump.
Oh, he has already. He's just not. He hasn't said it, but like he's going little by little, getting people used to the idea. I'm not going to put up with these people anymore and what they're telling me. I'm not going to support Biden. Trump surviving was pretty badass. Next thing will be, this is what the country needs. And there you go. We'll get there. By the way, lots of celebrities making a fool going to the Kamala Harris thing. But can I say something? In Mexico, they pay people like me. Sadly, I haven't been, no, actually, I have been approached by political parties in Mexico to do ads, but I'd never do that. Never. The last thing I want to do is be on the payroll of politicians. I'm out on that. And by the way, they're not paying you crazy money, right? But in Mexico, this is what I'm getting at. In Mexico, they can only afford Alejandro. In the United States, they got Ben Stiller, they got Walter White, they got like the all of the biggest rappers. These guys can afford a lot of clout. So I praise them. Yeah.
You know what I don't understand is if you're stupid enough to take your political advice from a celebrity, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's basically the problem.
Vote shouldn't vote. I'm just going to say that.
No, there should be a test, I feel like, that you need to take, because why not? Like, at least know a few things, right? That they should ask.
I mean, in the United States, you don't even have to be alive to vote. So, fuck, they're not going to make a test.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm voting 3 times this year. No, I'm just kidding.
Only 3?
I'm not voting once. Fuck this place. Let it all burn down. I know. Hey, by the way, in California, my vote counts for nothing if I want to vote the other way. So what's the point of wasting my fucking day?
Get registered in Nevada. It'll count there.
Yeah, but then I gotta get a Nevada license, driver's license, and then people would, my accountant would be like, "What are you doing? You already came to California to pay more taxes. Why are you going to Nevada now? Are you retarded? You got to stay here and pay the extra." So that's what I'm doing, proving to my accountant how stupid I am. Either way, here we go. Aquí les va. Tenemos Meta, and you're doing Coinbase, and then far and for you, UVXY.
Interesting.
Okay. Doing Meta either way. Ok, estamos viendo Meta en la de 3 meses. Podemos ver exactamente lo alcista que está esto. Fuimos literalmente de los $88 en octubre del 2022, que fue cuando nos amenazaron de guerra nuclear con Putin y que todo esto se venía hasta acá. Es un 534%. La gente que compró acá se llevó un 5X en su lana y Mark Zuckerberg se vuelve más rico, más bronceado y con más cadenas de oro y le sale más barba también al mismo tiempo en lo que va subiendo este número. Estamos muy por encima del promedio de las 9, está el promedio de las 9 muy por encima del promedio de las 21 y esto lleva bastante fuerza. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar es que está rompiendo encima de esto, de esta resistencia que lleva desde julio del 2018. Acá en el 21 fue el tope, que fue lo que tocó, y ahora estás teniendo un breakout. Y esta es una gráfica trimestral. Para que tengan una idea, cada vela son 3 meses. La fuerza de la acción de Meta es una verdadera locura. Cuando lo vemos en la mensual, puedes verlo un poco de lo mismo. La fuerza que lleva, tuviste un Silver Cross por acá, un cruce plateado por acá, pero estás por encima del 9, el 9 encima del 21, encima del 55 y encima del 100. Tiene demasiada fuerza también en la mensual. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal. Podemos ver acá un sucio cabeza-hombros que se ve más en la diaria, donde literalmente es 1, 2, 3. Espérame, no juega así. Incluyendo esta que es un alto más bajo que este. Esto te da un objetivo de los $660, que va justo con el HPDR y los indicadores de momentum de Farhan, donde podemos ver que literalmente si podemos romper los $780, de ahí nos vamos a ir a $1,200 con Meta. No entendemos qué esté pasando, pero lleva mucha fuerza. Todos los indicadores de momentum, de volatilidad, se están expandiendo en lugares correctos para verse lo más alcista de lo más alcista que hemos visto, honestamente. Y aquí es donde ya puedes ver el hombro, cabeza, hombro, bastante bien. Y de nuevo, el objetivo de esto te lleva hasta primero a los 700, primero los 660, luego 780, y de ahí nos podemos ir hasta los 1,200 siempre y cuando continúe el movimiento. Tuviste un cruce plateado acá en la diaria en agosto del 2024 y seguimos por encima de seguimos por encima de todo, y puedes ver que acá estamos ya a punto de cerrar esta vela en 4 horas 35 días en la diaria, donde tienes 2 cierres por encima de la resistencia, y eso es bastante, bastante fuerte para Meta. Honestamente no sabemos que lo vaya a parar. No tiene cara de que algo esté ni siquiera cerca de pararlo ni de voltearse. Simplemente tiene cara de que quiere reventar a la alza hasta ahora. Así que ahí lo tienen, Meta, damas y caballeros. Alex, we're ready for your Coinbase.
Nice. All right. Well, for this, I'm just going to go to the monthly and go down. So, we still can't forget Coinbase is closed under its monthly EMA 9. It's not a good sign that we've lost its 9. And I'm getting a few points where we definitely could bounce here, depending, because we're at the 21 now. We've hit our dotted mean line. A reaction here makes sense. But we're still heavily under the EMA 9. And as it stands, $187.25 is massive resistance and would be a big pump if we went to that. So just to set the tone, because that is the tone on Coinbase right now. It's bearish still. Yes, we're bouncing. It looks good, but overall, it's still bearish. And we see that with the weekly too. This weekly, not only does it have a 9 flipping under the 21, which is bearish. I think it was close to silver crossing too. Let me see. Nope, not yet. Not on the weekly. Some other time frame, I'll find it. But what we see here too is, this weekly EMA 100. This is a point where I mentioned, I'm not putting too much weight on it because there's not a lot of data. And it'd be irresponsible for me not to mention that. But as it stands right now, we did once the small amount of data we have with it, reclaimed it, rallied up, rejected, came down, back tested it, expanded from there. And so now what we see here is we've lost it. We've rallied into it. It's rejecting. We're now pressing it again. I'm more 50-50, especially on this Coinbase weekly. Maybe we bounce and go up to 186 again. I'm only saying that because the 9 is nicely there. Usually when you see especially like a major moving average on a higher time frame, lining up with a big zone, a mean line zone, can act like a magnet. But, as it stands, we still can't discount that we are under the weekly EMA 100, and that is not a good sign, especially when you're under that. Curious, we have the 200 on. So, right now, it's not the time to be looking for longs on Coinbase at all. I'm seeing a lot of crypto Twitter influencers who you have to remind yourself, most crypto influencers don't know how to trade. They just get paid free money and then they talk bullshit. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about longing Coinbase. It's irresponsible to me. If you want to long Coinbase, wait for this weekly. You know exactly the level we need to reclaim. We reclaim this, you can argue then, or at least form some kind of bull thesis that this was some, SFP to the upside, broke down, quickly reclaimed, got back above the weekly EMA 100, and you would target this. This would be probably the rejection zone though. And I'm only saying that because actually, since we broke down here, right, rallied up, came down, broke down, we actually haven't flipped this zone into resistance. And so that's why I'm not unconvinced that we can't go to that 187, 186 level. But we still can't discount the resistance we're at currently right now. Let me see. Let's go to the daily now. The daily is, right there solidifying it. We are at resistance. We know that daily 21 has been a big point on Coinbase. Rallies up, reclaims the daily 9, And then what's the next logical level in my system? The 21. Perfect. Well, we're there now. Let me throw the 34 on. And the 34, okay, so then the 21 now rejected. Argue this could be a shooting star, and now we're getting the expansion down. You'll know this is breaking down if we actually lose this daily 9. We lose this daily 9, this to me will just look like another lower high on a very aggressive downtrend. And then I'll be looking at this $123 level. If we do lose the daily 9, I'm not holding much weight on this dotted. That's why it's dotted. It's a point where I want to mentally note it. I want it on my chart, but I wouldn't be going balls of deep longs if we come down, lose the 9, but we start, maybe doing this. To me, I'm not balls deep long on Coinbase, simply because we're just neglecting the major level we're at on the weekly, the monthly losing the 9, which is a big deal. That's a huge deal. And then also, we can't get blindsided the fact that even if, okay, we reclaim the 21, I then have the next level is the 34. Where is that lining up? Well, currently it's lining up perfectly around this resistance zone. Good confluence to me, especially when we see the weekly 9, that tells me that this 180, 186, 187 is a massive level for Coinbase. Now, assuming we close, the weekly above the EMA 100, the daily still holds the 9. Okay, cool. Then, maybe we do actually see a bigger pump on Bitcoin. Maybe risk on actually does get a bid, and then maybe Coinbase actually presses this resistance level, which would be what? A basic bearish retest, in my opinion. I feel like I'm saying that word a lot, but that is what we're kind of getting across the board. Deviation. Do we rally up, reject here, solidify this as resistance, and then boom, come down to this? To me, it wouldn't surprise me. But, the thing about this is I'm convinced that Bitcoin bears, and the reason I'm mentioning Bitcoin is because we're looking at Coinbase. Crypto and Coinbase correlate just like it does with MicroStrategy. The issue here is if I'm looking at Bitcoin to reject today, because remember, after Farn's analysis, it's more like a time against bears right now. They need to start pressing us down fast because we have a weekly closure incoming. And as it stands, it's looking pretty bullish. So if my thesis is right, I don't think that Coinbase will actually hit this 187. I do think that this is going to be a rejection point now. I think that this probably is the next lower high. And I am only saying that because, right at this 21 was essentially where we were rejected last time. Formed a lower high, came down, massively reject. From that daily 21 rejection here, we fell at 28%. I'm not unconvinced that we're going to just blast through the 21. And even if we do, we still have a resistance zone 34. At the 34, right? Exactly. And then even if, okay, cool, we massively squeeze up. The issue is, Coinbase right now, again, has massive resistance here at the 100. So, overall, Coinbase structure is really, really damaged. And we know that. We've been watching this for a while now. I mentioned basically in the beginning of this month, watch any rallies to this as a short opportunity. And it was. From the top to bottom, we really did come down nicely. This was a literally easy short, and it's only based on this monthly 9 getting lost. Now this is flipped into massive resistance. So, I'm not bullish on Coinbase. I'm really looking at either we reject here, which seems more likely, especially since we now see BBWP almost reset, not at extremes, almost reset. Curious to see what the reaction was when we hit the extreme level, and it was here. So, we hit the extreme and it starts expanding.
Dumpy.
More momentum for us to, and what was kind of the sign that shit's a little fucked? Well, losing this 9 here, EMA 9 on the daily. And then, I guess I didn't even see this. We closed under the SMA 200, solidified the 9 as resistance, mega dump. So that's why I'm saying, we start closing under the daily EMA 9. This probably solidifies at least my thesis that we probably do come down first on Bitcoin. We probably do come down on Coinbase as well. You can easily understand the breakdown. We start losing this daily 9. It's an easy short because then you would just want your stop here with the theory that, yes, this was a shooting star. This was the top. I want us to come down, lose. It's okay to, do this, rally up to the 9 again, and then maybe reject. To me, it'd make a lot of sense to see that, especially with the way crypto is looking. Now, I'm going to just look, and I'll look at the 12-hour. I'm going to look at the 4-hour, just out of curiosity, And in my opinion, this was giving us a good buy trigger. And I'm only saying that because, when you reclaim on the 4-hour, the 9, the 21, the 34, what does this do? Well, this essentially starts pressing the 9 up, and there's a good chance you get a cross here. The issue is you need to see the follow through from this point. We reclaimed it. This candle wasn't the prettiest, but it's not the ugliest, and we're still above the 34. Once we deviated it here on this 4-hour, I would not be looking for longs anymore. Because we bounced from the 9, went up to the 34 again and rejected it, solidified the resistance. Just like on the daily, you can get lower time frame deviations if you base it on the 9, the 34 and the 21. For me though, when you get a reclaim, let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, like here, when you start reclaiming the levels here, and it's a little not the best example because the EMA 100 wasn't fully reclaimed, but usually I get an easy long trigger if like this happened. We reclaimed it, we start consolidating. I get an easy trigger to what? The EMA 100. I'd be mindful of this meme line resistant while also lining up with the 4-hour EMA 9. But that didn't happen. And so right now, Coinbase bulls need to bounce it from here. What we don't want is this to actually start losing. We don't want any 4-hour closures under $165. If we do, this cross will reject. The 9 will start coming down again. And then this probably gives us that bad daily closure that we were just talking about, where we do probably end up losing the daily 9. We lose this daily 9. To me, it'll solidify the breakdown, in my opinion. And then we'll be on short watch. Here, it's more just a waiting game. You could front run the short. If we hit the 21 again, you could have a stop here. That's fine. Because you know exactly where you're wrong on this trade, if you trade it at all. But as it stands, yeah, I'm more bearish on Coinbase. I'm not liking the fact that it's lost its 9. I don't like the fact that if the monthly lost its 9, the weekly has pretty heavily. We're getting this cross. I'm probably almost certain it's probably a silver cross to the downside on the daily.
Oh yeah, a while ago.
Yeah. So then let's go then to the 5-day. Let's see. Nope, not yet. 3-day, maybe it's a little. Yeah. So, this is interesting. So, the daily silver crossed a while ago. We just started expecting it to bleed into the other time frames. So I'm looking at the 2-day, the 5-day, the 3-day. And what do we have here? We have almost a fresh silver cross confirmed in 3 days. If we start coming down, closing anywhere around 160, even 163, this probably will start crossing. We know it's a real silver cross because the 9, we're getting that resistance support now, and we're rejecting it on the 3-day. While still under what? The EMA 100, and we've tested it here. So, in my opinion, still bears are in full control. Any of these moves are just forming the lower highs. And we know bears are in control because if this does cross, that's not going to be a good sign. Let me just real quickly go turn these off. Let's see the last time it actually did this on the 3-day. Just curious, why not? And the last time, let's see here. Yeah, I guess it'd just be here. There's not much data points for it. When was this? 2022, right before the bear market.
Is that 9 under 21?
Yeah, so this is the last time the silver cross happened on the.
Oh, got it. So 21 and 55, got it.
Yeah, and then we know it was a real one here because same setup. We're getting that support from the 9. It crossed here, and then what did we reject through and through? This is a perfect example of the silver cross. If everyone has heard this, they're a little confused. Silver cross happens when the 21. It's only based on the 21. This is either when the 21 flips under the 55. That's a downside silver cross. Or if the 21 flips above the 55, that's an upside silver cross. And then usually, right, when you get this silver cross, like what we see here, the first point that you're supposed to look at as resistance is the EMA 9. After we silver cross, this is a great example because what did we through and through? What did we start rejecting constantly? The 9. And then if we do break above the 9, where most go wrong is they start thinking, oh, the silver cross, it's invalidated. Let me long. The issue with that is it's based on the 21. So remember, then we look at the 21 as resistance. If we lose the 9, we look at the 21. Hitting the 21, doesn't change much. If we start getting above the 21 and going to the 55, there's a very good chance that this will invalidate the silver cross. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I just think this is a great example of a silver cross to the downside. It crosses. We reject the 9 through and through. came down from the cross. I mean, from downside, it still was pretty impressive from here all the way to the wick low, came down 35%, had an obvious bounce from this point. But then where do we reject? The 21. And then from there, that's really what solidified the mega dump. You know, and so why I'm bringing that up now is because we have the almost same setup brewing, unconfirmed though. And I'll let you guys know it's unconfirmed. It's about to confirm though on this next closure. Yeah, this fireway just isn't confirmed. No, it's not confirmed yet. So, and we see that because of here by cents, the 21 is still above the 55. So, you know, next 3-day closure, this will confirm. And then we have to start looking at this 9 as the major resistance zone. When this 21 starts flipping under like so, you know, it'll probably start going into this, and then the 55 starts doing this. We get back above the 9, then that's fine. But then guess what? We then just have this zone probably lining up with this resistant level, which, you know, again, lines up with my weekly. If we get any kind of major squeezes, this is going to be a big opportunity. So overall, not bullish on Coinbase. This has implications for crypto. And if bulls don't step in today, then this will lose the 9. This will be a deviation. And I'll be looking at this daily 9 to be a rejection point again. And then honestly, I'll just be targeting this 120, a level I keep talking about on Coinbase. You know, I think that this point here can actually get a bigger bounce. We haven't tested it many times. We get big moves from this point. But, you know, to get there, it still would mean we need to come down roughly 26 to 31%. Big move, implications for Bitcoin. You know, so watch closely on this. Things are very bearish on Coinbase, and it really doesn't take a genius to see that on all time frames, even the higher ones. Monthly losing the 9, the weekly giving us that cross, while even going under the EMA 100. You know, so like overall, be cautious. I'd be more on defense mode. Now, where am I wrong? Where are we bullish on Coinbase again? Well, for me, it's easy. I mean, we have to be conservative. Any closure monthly back above 187, 188, I'll be bullish again. I'll look at this as a massive low. You know, and then potentially what bulls are going to be talking about is, was this a monthly higher low right here? You know, we don't want to break this low at 115 with the region. But, you know, that's kind of, I have to say the hopium, and that would be the hopium. Then theory would be, need to break these highs. Big, you know, has to work. It has a lot to work to do that. More bearish, of course, and any monthly closure back above 188, 187.50, I'll be bullish. You can front run that probably if we start closing any weeklies, because remember, weekly will close before a monthly. Probably back, yeah, but yeah, like $205. I'd start looking at that as probably a good zone. You want to be more conservative. Weekly closure back above 212. What that does is break this last weekly lower high. This probably flips the 9 back up, invalidates that 3-day silver cross. And then we'd have to look at this zone at 240. And then if we do ever test these highs again, keyword again, 265, 266, since we've already tested it many times, I do think we'll actually get that breakout. And we'll probably, you know, actually go up to this 300 zone. But, you know, as it stands, I have no reason to be bullish on this at all. You know, you need to be more cautious. You need to ignore influencers telling you to buy Coinbase because we know, because of what history's shown us, when this shit churns, it churns big. I'm sure a lot of motherfuckers here on this cross thought, oh, well, you know, we dumped 39%. No way we're going lower. And then from
balls
deviation, yeah. I mean, market said, hold my beer. We're going to a Diddy party with no lube. So,
ooh, no. That's impossible. There's thousands of bottles of lube in those.
Thousands of bottles. You're right. Absolutely right. So be cautious. You guys have the levels. You know exactly what to look at, especially when it comes into this daily. So, you know, be very cautious. Be more defensive. And I'm perfectly fine if I'm wrong. If we start bouncing here, you know, and again, reclaiming, I said the weekly, but even if, let's say the daily reclaims 212, that'll look very good to me. This will look like it'll look like a range reclaim. Because remember, we were in this massive range like for a while on Coinbase. This will look like a big range reclaim, daily EMA 100 reclaim, monthly 9 reclaim, and then weekly EMA 9 reclaim. So, you know, this 211 is a big point. You know, I'm not saying we're just going to go up here and test it. No, we have more of a chance to break down. And then if we want, if bears want, you know, we have a little little less of a chance of going here for sure. This is the big point. You know, I don't think we're going to be testing this, you know, as long as Bitcoin's still kind of looking fucky. So, you know, something to watch. Just Coinbase is pretty easy to trade because it's very straightforward. You know, it's all just boomers, money, you know, stocks. It's all stocks. So it's just boring shit. But it really does work. You know, we lose the monthly 9 in the beginning of the month. We rally to it, rejected, came down 20%. It's like simple shit. So
I think it's I mean, obviously, I'm going to share this, and then for you, Alex, right after we'll do FedEx. But just real quick,
I see your data. I see your data, and I respect it. But you have to remember. Brian is bald. That's automatically bullish.
And he's an all-white bald man, so that gives him extra bullish points if you think about it. Absolutely,
can't argue with that.
Absolutely. This is one thing I want to ask and to you guys and see what you feel. This is obviously the bottom of crypto and Bitcoin when Bitcoin broke under, you know, whatever. It went to $14,000, $15,000. We all are in the consensus that we're never going to see those prices and Bitcoin will always remain above 20, etc. Right? Like, or 30, whatever the fuck it is. Do you think Coinbase hitting the 122, which is not too far, look at it, like this is just the older belly, would be the equivalent to that?
No.
And then, no? You think it can still go further down?
For sure. And why I'm saying no so quickly is just because we never broke the last cycle high. So Bitcoin theoretically is stronger than Coinbase, in my opinion, because it did break its high. Coinbase is weaker because it really did not. It looks like more of a macro lower high, especially when you view it on a monthly chart. Now, granted, there's not a lot of data with Coinbase, but as it stands, to me, this looks like another macro lower high if you look at it on a monthly. You know, we only went to 284. So, you know, for me, and we're already exasperated the move down, which I showed last time we saw this. While Bitcoin is still well above its weekly MA 100, Coinbase is below it now. So we know that Coinbase is weaker. We know the moves down are more exasperated. I don't think that you know, Bitcoin going even down to 40K could even easily put Coinbase back to $100 easily.
Wow.
Right now on the monthly, Coinbase is at support. It's at the 38.2% at the bottom.
What support is that? Because I have it is at support. Like it bounced from it at 155.77.
But it's support at the bottom of the median, right? Like at the bottom of the blue zone.
Yeah, that support zone is at 164.14.
Okay. So right around that monthly 21. That makes sense. And you're right, it is at the bottom of the blue zone. And we know if it, you know, breaks down that blue zone, big moves occur. So
if it loses that, then it's about to drop hard.
Which would solidify
the
silver cross and then the weekly cross as well. So yeah, in my opinion, Alejandro, I do think Coinbase can easily test those lows, even if Bitcoin doesn't even go to 25K, 30K.
Maybe it'll go to 69,554, and then that'll be nice.
69,420.
Yeah.
All righty, let's go. Okay. Estamos viendo Coinbase, vamos a empezar por temporalidades más altas, vamos a empezar con un mes, bueno, 3 meses no, porque hay muy pocos datos en 3 meses, pero lo tenemos acá en un mes y podemos ver exactamente el movimiento. Coinbase empezó acá, está cotizando en este momento en 168.79. Para cerrar esta vela necesitamos que pasen 10 días y 5 horas de este directo y pueden ver que seguimos en esta tendencia alcista. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que ha pasado con Coinbase? Tuvimos este alto más bajo, rompimos estos bajos a un bajo más bajo y ahora estamos en una vela donde creamos un bajo más bajo en 146.99. En este momento estamos abajo del promedio de los 9, que normalmente empieza a señalar un mercado bajista, y también si cerramos abajo del 9 en la mensual, que está en los 187.04, que tiene convergencia con esta línea meme, básicamente podríamos empezar a decir que esto es un mercado bajista. pero por ahora estás arriba del 21, que está en los 166.25. Y importante, en el HPDR, la zona azul del canal, la parte baja, estamos rebotando, que es justamente donde está el 21, casi, por ahí de los 168. Por ahora 169 nos pone en una mejor posición, si lo quieren ver así. Vamos rápido a la semanal, no voy a recargar la madre esta. En la semanal puedes ver que tuvimos esta señal de debilidad con el 9 cayendo abajo del 21. Ahora estamos intentando ir a retestear el 55, que está en los 178.31, pero parece que ni siquiera vamos a poder llegar ahí. Y por ahora estamos peleándonos para poder mantener el promedio de la 100, que está en 165.52. Cualquier cierre abajo de eso sería bastante malo y negativo para Coinbase, porque literalmente estarías bajo todos los promedios exponenciales y eso es bajista, además de que romperías esta línea de tendencia que va a la alza y que lleva desde básicamente enero del 2023. Y si de verdad rompes eso y tienes confirmación a la baja, los movimientos serán potentes. Antes de llevarte a la diaria, los quiero llevar rápidamente a la de 3 días, que nos enseña algo interesante. Estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado acá, donde el 21 baja por el 55. ¿Y qué es lo que haces cuando normalmente eso pasa? Vas a retestear la 9 y te va a rechazar, y ahorita tenemos el front run de eso, pero la preocupación es que te está rechazando el promedio de los 100, que está en 174.01, con el precio estando en 169.25. El problema de esto es que con un cierre simplemente donde está, el 21 va a cruzar bajo el 55, y acá es donde tenemos que poner atención, porque la última vez que pasó eso a la baja fue acá atrás. Y eso nos dio, y es lo que justamente Alex estaba diciendo, eso nos dio que este tipo de bajón, si lo cuentas literalmente del nudo hasta acá, es, espérame, 87% de caída. Entonces, por más que fuimos a retestear el 21, volvimos a caer, etcétera, y sobre todo estando abajo de la 9, literalmente te patinó todo el precio hasta acá estando abajo de la 9. Entonces, tenemos que poner muchísima atención a esto. Y ahora viendo el promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 en 112, pensando que va a subir porque los cierres van a estar acá arriba y sobre todo porque son 3 días, muy probablemente Coinbase no puede escapar de venir a visitar los 122, y ahí lo que esperarías es no romper este bajo que se encuentra en los 114.86. Si llegas a romper ese bajo, se me hace zona crítica, y ahí tendrías un dump aún más grande, que es posible, siempre y cuando este cruce a la baja se dé y se mantenga y no pueda recuperar ninguno de estos momentos, ninguno de estos movimientos exponenciales, no promedios exponenciales. Te va a llevar el chile si estás en Coinbase. No vemos cómo todavía pueda haber una señal de, güey, compra Coinbase, porque hasta en la diaria está siendo rechazado por el 21, estás abajo del 9. Bueno, tomaste el 9, pero esto puede ser una desviación tranquilísima, un rechazo y luego seguir cayendo como lo hizo acá arriba. Así que atención con Coinbase, lo que buscas es tener cierre arriba el 21, poder romper el 172, irte a dar una vuelta por acá en los 188 y empezar a consolidar por acá para subir los promedios, que bajen esto y puedas estar por encima de ellos. Pero por ahora esto se ve bajista, lo que nos dice que probablemente cripto tenga algo por ahí escondido bajista que no podemos ver hasta el momento. Vale, pues, alrighty. We're going now with UVXY. UVXY.
Whatever that is.
No idea. ProShares Trust Ultra VIX short-term futures ETF.
So it's a short play on what? Which is going like shit. So probably to the S&P.
Why do people buy this shit?
I would have said that though.
Strong sell.
Oh. Oh, okay. So
here you go. The UVXY offers daily leverage exposure to short-term VIX futures. So you're shorting the VIX.
yeah.
Designed to capture volatility of the S&P 500 in a commodity pool wrapper as a geared product with daily resets. UVXY is designed as a short-term trading tool. So it's a short-term trading tool and not a long-term investment vehicle. Okay, so there you go.
Let me just pull up this trend. Huh.
It's making higher highs though. That long term is never going to work. Yeah, of course.
Well, it should make sense. I mean, stocks literally go up only. So, meaning like the majors do. So like like that massive pump was probably when VIX hit 60.
Let's switch back. All right, so right now we've already established this thing doesn't know what an uptrend is.
No.
It's in a downtrend. We had this little bit of a move to try to break the uptrend. We still made lower highs. Now we're rejecting this blue 38.2% zone again. We're brushing up against the 61.8%. Our volatility is breaking. The momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is starting to tick back up from the neutral zone. It looks like we're about to get a continuation of trend. We look at the jewel. Once again, the jewel is rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. It's flipping into a downwards dark blue sell signal. I don't see any signs why this would go up. And right now, with volatility expanding, it seems very likely we're going to hit somewhere between the 78.6 at $21.45 to possibly the 88.3, which is currently at $18.97. We go to the monthly. The monthly right now, we had that previous move up in August of 2024 during the Japan carry trade. We wicked all the way up here. Even this wick couldn't break this previous lower high. So the VIX was hitting historic numbers. What was that? Like 60s, 70s?
60%. Yeah.
It still couldn't break the previous lower high that we made in October of 2023. So and not only did it not break the high, it turned into a massive shooting star candle, where we have a huge wick and very smaller body, and the body is also red. It also continued the trend where we've been rejecting the 5 EMA this entire way down. This whole way down, the 5 EMA has been resistance. Let's see the last time that we were above it. The last time we were above the 5 EMA was in March of 2020. Ever since March of 2020, we've been rejecting the 5 EMA. Even the Japan carry trade failure was not able to get us above the 5 EMA. And right now, once again, we're rejecting the 5 EMA again. We have 10 days and 5 hours to go. Our HPR momentum is currently flipped to the upside, with volatility is flipped to the upside. But if we continue to close below this 5 EMA, those will probably the momentum will probably start flipping down, with volatility still to the upside. That would give us enough juice to hit this top 38.2 zone, if not the median. Right now, that number is sitting at $16.94. The next one is sitting at $12.60. So it's not looking very good at all. Let me see if I can find some hopium. This one. This is even looking even worse than the quarterly. We tested to the top of the 38.2 zone and the 61.8 rejection. Not only did we reject below the 38.2, but right now we're below the median as well. The median's at $23.49. As long as we're closing below the median, we have a statistical probability of hitting the bottom 38.2 zone. Right now, that number sits at $12.71. Very similar to this number we were looking at before, right around that. Was it on the weekly, I believe? Yes, that is the monthly median right now, which would give us our target from the quarterly, from the bottom 38.2% zone. So on every single time frame, it is looking like an absolute piece of trash. Let me check the RSI. Nothing on the monthly, nothing on the quarterly. There could be something. Let me bring this. There's just so much in this price action, it's hard to see shit. Bro, yes, there definitely is something on the quarterly. So we have a high right here. We have a lower high right here, but the RSI went higher. That's hidden bearish divergence on the quarterly. That is not good. Not good at all. We've already hit the very easy target, which is the bearish critical zone. But this thing does not look like it's a reversing trend anytime soon. So we wouldn't even be able to get a target from here because we've already hit that target. To exit the bearish critical zone, you ready for this? Exit the bearish critical zone, we'd have to be above 645. Look at price.
No, dude, get the fuck out of here. The thing is, I don't think you can, and this is why it's a little fucking retarded that that we're analyzing this one specifically. Because it's not a play that makes sense on charts. It's a play that when you know the VIX is going to blow the fuck up, you buy.
Yeah,
Right?
it's just like a short-term scalp trade.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, you're looking at historic data. Like nothing makes sense. Everything is going to look bearish because it just keeps going and going and going down over time. No.
Mm-hmm. This one would give you a little bit more relevance. Right now on the weekly, we are also forming several drives of hidden bearish divergence, and we're rejecting the bullish control zone. So if it closes like this in 4 hours and 1 minute, we're very likely going to the bearish control zone. That one sits at $7.53. God, everything I look at, this thing looks terrible. The 5-day, another drive of hidden bearish divergence. Bearish control zone sits at $5.55. 3-day, nothing. 2-day, nothing. Daily, nothing. Yeah, so we're basically just getting divergence on like the 3-day, nothing, the 5-day, and the weekly. So that doesn't really work with short-term trades because 5-day and weekly are pretty higher time frames. So all these tell you is that we're just going to continue the trend towards the downside, which we've been doing for how many years now? So it doesn't really tell you anything on the short term. But on the long term, it just tells you that we're continuing the trend towards the downside.
I think it's better to analyze either the VIX as a whole, and then just whenever you think, it's grabbing it's on top of the 9, now it's on top of the 21, and you see it like gain strength on the daily. That's when you go and buy this piece of shit.
It's just hard to do TA on the VIX because usually it doesn't work.
Oh no, it never works because it's just the volatility that comes from unexpected moves. I mean, in itself, it's a trick.
That's why I like trading this is hard because it's like shit coins. It's just mainly, it's not something you invest in long term. It's just something you're playing the momentum with the volatility. So it's very hard. It's gonna, the VIX, you can't do TA on it. So I feel like you can't really do TA on this. And
yeah,
because like shit could get a black swan event could happen, and then this thing totally just zooms up. So
yeah,
hard.
absolutely, boys. Thank you. Let me put it on screen so that everyone can enjoy this. And then for you, Farhan, 1 second. Alex, you're doing FedEx. Oh, get ready. AMC.
Nice.
Another.
The apes need me.
Not only do they need you, they need your hopium at all times, and they also need you to analyze another chart that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. So let's go. Let's see if we got out of the critical crying zone, which is where we were last time we checked.
The shorts have not been squoze.
Okay, let me get into this one. Vale, estamos viendo esta mamada porque no hay otra manera de decirle. Esto es un ETF del VIX o que apuesta en contra de literalmente todo el mercado. Y como las acciones suben a través del tiempo, esta cosa no solamente baja a través del tiempo. No lo puedes analizar con cualquier cosa. Todos los indicadores de Farhan son simplemente bajistas porque esto nunca ha conocido lo que es un uptrend. Siempre ha tenido tendencia bajista. Y es normal. Esta madre es literalmente apalancamiento en tiempo corto, y ellos mismos te lo dicen, en corta temporalidad, en contra de los futuros del VIX. Esto quiere decir que este putazo que dio para arriba, ¿no? O sea, lo tuviste 2 días y después se fue para abajo y siempre ha seguido bajando. Esto no es algo que puedas analizar normal. Lo que tienes que hacer es analizar el VIX, pero el problema de analizar el VIX es que nunca tiene sentido hacer TA tampoco en ello. Lo único que puedes hacer es intentar ver en el SP500, por ejemplo, cuándo vas a tocar un techo y cuándo crees que va a haber una bajada. Y es eso, es como adivinar cuándo va a haber un Black Swan, ¿no? Entonces, si puedes adivinarlo, chido, compras esta madre antes de que pase. Si puedes no solamente adivinar el Black Swan, pero entenderlo, como lo de Japón, puedes comprar esta madre. Pero si no entiendes nada de esto, esto es irrelevante. Y no existe TA, lo siento muchísimo, mi querido Yahaira, que nos enseñe qué mierdas es esto. No existe. Nada de lo que te digamos va a tener sentido porque esta madre está diseñada para bajar. Y estás abajo de todos los promedios y has estado abajo de todos los promedios todo el tiempo. No existe nada que tenga una relación sana de esto. O sea, simplemente has estado bajando. No hay, o sea, te puedo decir, y le voy a atinar de 100, va a seguir bajando. Es lo único que puedes decir con esta madre, honestamente. Así que lo siento, es todo lo que tengo para ti. Y antes de pasar rápido a lo que nos cuenta, antes de pasar a FedEx, les voy a contar esto. Yo no es cierto, no tradeo pesos y dólares, simplemente intercambio cuando me pagan en una moneda a otra, cuando hay una buena oportunidad. Solamente quiero aclarar esto para Paco. Lo que estoy diciendo es que los próximos objetivos del peso deberían de ser 21, 22 dólares, ni siquiera sé dónde está en este momento. Vamos a ver rápidamente. Está en 19.3, que va de acuerdo a lo que estaba viendo personalmente. Y espérame que estoy hasta atrás. Y sí, o sea, cuando volteas a ver al peso mexicano en contra de... cabrón. Cuando volteas a ver el peso mexicano en contra del dólar, tiene muchísima fuerza. Está arriba del promedio de los 100. Esto es la semanal. 200 está subiendo. Tuviste un cruce plateado acá. Mi siguiente objetivo son los 26. De ahí son los 22. Y tiene la fuerza para hacerlo. Entonces, les dije también que iba a venir a recargarse al 21 en los 19, cuando todo el mundo en Twitter estaba de el peso se va a ir a la mierda. No todos son economistas, no todo el mundo sabe lo que está haciendo, y cuando ya todo el mundo cayó en la trampa es cuando te dan este velón rojo y vienes a visitar la parte de abajo. Pero eso no quiere decir que se acabó el momentum, va a seguir para arriba. Eso quiere decir que el dólar va a seguir ganando terreno en contra del peso, porque todavía no se ha dado el evento que les estoy diciendo. Y no estoy comprando ni vendiendo. Solamente cuando hay oportunidad barata de esto, cambiaré algunos pesos por dólares, pero y ya, y si eso. Y de nuevo, son cosas que tengo en mi cuenta de banco. Lo único que hago es las mando de México a Estados Unidos. No estoy participando en nada que sea un exchange de Forex, aunque sea muy divertido personalmente. Alex, we're ready for FedEx.
Nice. So FedEx, let's go here on the weekly. So FedEx had a huge spot. And luckily for us, his weekly is closing in 3 hours and 54 minutes. Now, I want to be bearish on this, but this trend is still up on the weekly. And it's really evident if we just draw this, like, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And so that's why I have this green line here. If we lose this weekly EMA 100, which wouldn't be a good sign, you can see the reaction of when we lost it. We just heavily stayed below it. Here we lost it, chopped up, reclaimed, lots of chop with this weekly EMA 100. But why I'm thinking, this area A needs to bounce. B, if we don't bounce, then I'm looking here at this green line. This is based on this last higher low. If we lose it, kind of like Rivian lost that one low, it'll just exacerbate the move down, causing us to actually probably go and test this 222, 225 level, in my opinion, while also breaking the weekly downtrend, which would be a shift in structure. And that's something we'd have to take into account because, most people in trend shifts are too late to it by the time the rejection happens. And we're maybe down here, people then open shorts. So, that's something I'm watching for. This rejection is not, it doesn't look healthy. And I do wonder why FedEx looks, why it's dumping so hard. These last 2 points we can see anytime we basically reclaimed this this green meme line. It's at $276.79 to be exact. Anytime we've reclaimed it and then, deviated from it, it's always led to big moves down. From here to wick low, that was 14%. That's massive for a company like FedEx. Here, all the way down, 22%. Even on this small deviation here, from all the way to low, it was 15%. From here, this was 11%. And that makes sense on why we're seeing such a big move down now. I'm not even taking it from the wick high, just from when we lost it. It's already down 8.3%. So what you'd want here is to see a bounce, a big bounce, in my opinion. You really, if you're bullish, there's 2 points. You don't want this weekly EMA 100 to get lost. And then also you don't want this low to get lost, shifting the structure to a downtrend. So if that's the case, you would expect this to bounce and you'd have a stop here. Very logical, long trade thesis. If you're bearish on this, then you would expect on this weekly closure, bears have control. You would expect this not to hold. Meaning we don't need to dump into 2/3. No, we just need to basically close even a little under it. That gives bears more momentum to actually break the trend down. and we know that because this has been a big point on this uptrend where once we reclaim this weekly EMA 100, it's held each time. We've hit it. We even dumped massively here, right into it, and then that was, the last higher low area. I see charts like this, it kind of makes it easy because we know exactly what to look at. We know that FedEx right now is forming higher lows based on this weekly EMA 100, and each and every time it's massively dumped, it's held, and it's been a big higher low spot to a higher high. So we start losing that, and then we'd expect this massive support to be flipped into resistance. Yes, we can chop. We can lose it, reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it, lose it. But, I think the trend shift will be important to see, because what you don't want is like maybe we lose it, but we don't fully break the lows yet. So technically speaking, it's a questionable uptrend, but it still isn't an uptrend. And then maybe into the new week, we just reverse out, and all these shorts kind of fuel the way up. For me, though, I'd be very cautious on this weekly, especially with, the way BBWP is looking on the weekly. We're basically fully resetting here. We're basically coming down. BBWP is still expanding because it's above 15%, but this can keep coming down. And we see the moving average is down, while also basically the oscillator is heavily pointed down. So ideally what we'd want here is this to start flipping up right where FedEx is at currently. And then even if the weekly closes like this, it's engulfing. It's not a good weekly, but all it did was hit the EMA 100 again, form another higher low, potentially confirmed once we break 313. And when I see something like this, it's just been happening for since 2023. We have to respect that amount of data, and that basically we're at a massive point. Curious to see how the monthly is. That was just the weekly. I think the weekly is something we all should be watching today, because it's just an easy gauge. We have this closing today. We're at a massive spot now, and we know exactly where this chart starts breaking down. So why make it harder? Just watch the weekly closure into today. We also have here this monthly. This monthly also lines up with why I do believe that we could get a bounce, because we're at the monthly 21. Very much like the weekly, the EMA 100 was a bounce zone. On the flip side, the monthly 21 has been a major bounce zone as well. So we're currently at that 2. That's 2 points of data on 2 different time frames, telling us that FedEx needs to bounce here. If it doesn't, then this is probably going to break these lows, and this monthly candle is going to be a massive engulfing one. That's
already is.
It is. It is slightly. I mean, it's not really.
It's engulfing the past one, and it's a month.
I mean, yeah, I guess this one engulfed it. This one can engulf this one.
Also.
Yeah, it just hasn't yet. It needs to still come down. And that's why, it's a hard spot on FedEx. So I want to be pretty bearish on this, but I have to respect the trend, and I have to respect the levels. We still have the cross. Let's see right here. So we do. Yeah, we do have a silver cross still to the upside. So what you'd expect then is for this 21 to hold. Like I said before, we start testing this 55 on the monthly. It probably will start negating this whole upside silver cross move, in my opinion. But you're right. We are close to engulfing it on this monthly. Here, and then we just basically want to come down, like right over here. Just gonna engulf it. Which isn't good on a monthly. When you get bearish engulfing, it basically negates all that data, all that price action we got, and one swoosh, we engulf it down. Basically, it's just like it's an evident sign that bears are in control.
And so the quarterly wants to do kind of like the same as the monthly, and it closes in 10 fucking days. So all it needs to do is just go below that green line that you draw, and then it'll be an engulfing bearish candle on the quarterly, which would be crazy.
Yeah, good find. Because we see here last time we had engulfed on a quarterly was here. What was this point? It was right before we went to the bear market. And we can see here this move. This move was, even though we dumped a lot, we still pumped up on the last quarter, and then we had that follow through when the bear market actually hit stocks overall in 2022. So you're right. And that's why I have this green line here drawn, because if we break this low, it's going to exacerbate the move down. Even if we go back to the quarterly EMA 21, it still will engulf. What is that? 2 quarters of data Yeah.
Oh yeah. It'll take one if it goes down to here. It'll take one only if it closes at 243. But at 235, it'll take 2 quarters.
Yeah.
In 10 days, still plenty of time.
There's plenty of time. That's why I think the easier view right now is the weekly. The weekly too can start expanding. As bulls want this to bounce, get the expansion for this to actually get a sustained move for the higher high. Now, if we do the breakdown here, I do think that this is going to shift. It will shift the trend. It's in an uptrend, very obviously. Not the cleanest uptrend. It's very shallow, but it is in an uptrend. And if we do break this green line here, it's probably going to cause BBWP to start expanding. This will exacerbate the move down, probably solidifying that, you know, the monthly does end up engulfing, which lines up into the quarterly as well. For me, I'm watching here this monthly EMA 100. If we do start breaking down the weekly, you know, I don't have many lines here. You know, we're at a big point too, where the weekly SMA 200 is lining up right around that low here. So like breaking that on the weekly will really mess up structure, in my opinion. You know, price on FedEx does not like to lose its SMA 200 on the weekly. There's not many times where it's really lost it, you know, besides black swan events, you know, 2020, 2008. Yes, it can go down a little bit, but I'm talking about like long progression moves down. This was the bear market. So, you know, this weekly is really nice because it all has just the same areas of confluence here. So it makes it easy. We don't need to wait 10 days. We can wait for 3 hours, see where this closes. You know, respect the trend. It is still up, but it's looking questionable. And the way that BBWP looks, if bears want, they can really nuke this down. I'll be watching first at $222. If we get a bounce, you have to be really defensive because you now need to understand that, you know, the trend is now down. And so what I'll be looking for, if we do, let's say, break down in the next week, let's say we lose the daily EMA 100, we don't fully break this green line, we're still above the weekly SMA 200. We could just be caught in a EMA range then, EMA and SMA range, potentially. Now, let's say we do dump and we lose this. I'll be looking for a move, like aggressively, to come down hard. I'm expecting a bounce here. We probably could get a bounce back to the SMA 200 on the weekly, and then that could just be the bearish retest. It makes a lot of sense to me, too. If you go and draw a trend line, you grab this last higher low, you do that, that probably will start lining up with that SMA 200. So, you know, overall, this could be an opportunity to short, but also bulls are looking at this as a place to long. Have your stop here. And that's why if we do break this green line, it'll make the move aggressively down because per the book, if we're in an uptrend, you wouldn't want this last higher low to break. So it's very logical. You bid here, you have a stop here, and you could even target back at 277 just for an easy trade. The issue is there is no easy trades. This is the market. And it always wants to fuck you wherever it can.
Oh yeah.
So I'd be exactly just like Diddy. A full dominance play on that one.
Motherfucker, I was about to say that, but I was muted.
No, seriously though, seriously, be cautious on this chart because this can get ugly. We know exactly where we're wrong. You don't want this EMA 100 to get lost. It'll be the first point of like, okay, shit's fucked. You know, what can happen is we lose it. We go back, we bounce off the SMA 200. It gives us some more move that could just form another higher, lower high here. Ideally, what we want, if you're bearish, you want us to just break down today. You know, ideally, we go under a weekly closure under 250. It'll look pretty good for bears. If you're bullish, you want this to bounce here. You want this to bounce. You don't want this to break, you know, this green line, this dotted line, whatever it is. Just literally take the last higher low, put a line there, and you will know that we'll start breaking down hard if we break that. And then we have to look at this 220 point. For FedEx to dump at that much at that point, you know, it's still 14%. Big move for FedEx. Now, I'm curious to just see if there's any other lower time frames. We've only been focused on the monthly, the quarterly, and the weekly. And so I'm curious to see kind of how everything else is looking. Let me throw this off, that on. Cool. Let's go to the daily real quick. Massive gap down. You know, what we got here is an aggressive 9 now really aggressively going under the 21, and what's about to silver cross to the downside potentially while the 9 supporting it because it's now under the 21 and the 55. is we could silver cross the downside. We haven't yet, but we definitely could. Unconfirmed, always unconfirmed, you know, so that's why today's very key. You know, bulls essentially, remember we're on a weekly, so now it's expanded, it's zoomed in. This is what we were looking at. Bulls want to bounce here. They need us to bounce. We can come down more, you know, like here. We just don't want to close any like weekly under like that weekly EMA 100. This is the point where we draw a basic trend line here. Let's take it from here to here. Right, where are we now? Well, we're at the point where if you're bullish, you'd want this to be the next higher low. And this kind
you can throw it further back down. Like you can literally start that trend line from March 2020, maybe not on the daily because it's going to be a fucking disaster. But on the monthly, weekly, and all of those, it shows really nicely. You have a deviation that happened on October 2022 below that line, but you connect those dots. That's a long ass line.
It's true. You could do it like that if you wanted. I think that anyway, these are all subjective, just so you guys know.
Of course.
That's why I like just doing it from here. I think it's easy to see the troughs here. Boom, boom, boom. We're out there now. But it's real subjective because I always draw them on a wick basis. See how this wasn't even accurately on? See that it's very subjective. So like this I like this for visual representations. I don't like to trade off diagonals, especially like on Bitcoin. I can do it because I watch Bitcoin 24/7. I don't watch FedEx at all. I don't give a fuck about FedEx.
Tom Hanks is screaming Wilson somewhere right now.
There you go. So like, yeah, this is the representation. You need a bounce here. You know, the daily's turning pretty bad. We're at extremes almost. So, you know, a little bounce here. Okay, cool. We want to see where this weekly goes. We now see that this 9 is now under the 21 pretty sharply, which would make sense with a big dump like this. And we're close to silver crossing the downside unconfirmed. You know, so if the daily is looking like that, I'm sure then we do have a silver cross here. Let's see on the other lower time frames in the daily. And we do. So then like right now, the 6 hours freshly silver crossing right here. Very, very, very fresh. You know, so if the 6 hours barely silver crossing now, I'm sure these aren't. But then the 4 hour has, you know, and then the 2 hour, the 1 hour, and then this bleeds into the daily. So it's something to be very cautious about. Where we're at right now on the chart is kind of the last stand for bulls. You would really need a bounce here. Like I said, when analyzing this chart, I just think right now the view should be on the daily. It's closing today. Don't make your life harder. We need this to bounce here. Not only is this just a simple diagonal that I drew, but it's also lining up nicely with the weekly EMA 100. Then I thought there was something else too right at the spot. Yes, also the monthly 21. So big point on the chart. We lose the weekly EMA 100 has implications for the monthly closing pretty bad. And we can see here. No, let me take the 55 off real quick. Let me see. You know, once we lost this 21 here, that's when just kind of Chop City happened. The trend reversed. We started making lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. It wasn't until we broke this last lower high here, we got some structure, right here. Boom, higher high, higher low, higher. So when you have an easy trend like this, you know where you're wrong. You could also do this, like maybe form it into a channel, like a wedge, you know, and then we know, okay, well, if we do bounce and we start consolidating on the, you know, this is a monthly, let me go to a daily. You know, you could view it like this potentially. We're like, okay, maybe we bounce a little bit. We start doing this, rejecting that EMA 100 on the daily, come back down, and then we get the actual breakdown. So it depends on how you want to draw this. Overall, I'd be very cautious though about FedEx. I'm not bullish on it. It's at the point now where it's 50-50. It's still an uptrend, so we're not going to disregard that and say, oh yeah, let's max short now. Let's just wait, because it's at the point where we do flip the trend, and the trend then from weekly is in an uptrend and goes down. Cool. Now we know this is a fresh downtrend. We also know that the daily, the 6 hour, anything daily and under has a silver cross to the downside. Cool. Another point of confluence. We also know that, okay, if the weekly's lost at EMA 100, we've most likely then lost at SMA 200 as well. Last time that happened, 15% dump, 20% dump, 14% dump. So there's another point of confluence. And on top of that, we'll then know that, okay, that has implications for the monthly, losing that monthly 21. We lose that, then yeah, I mean, that's been a big point where we've always held. Losing that monthly 21 probably then solidifies that we do press that 220 zone. So that's what I have.
Amen, sir. Thank you so much. That was great. Lucid for you. And then I'm going to do this one. I'll do a shameless plug and then we'll continue on.
Nice.
All righty. Thank you. Vámonos, tenemos FedEx por acá. Estamos un poco en el área de que es crítico que aguante. FedEx está cotizando en 258.82. Esta es una tabla mensual. Lo primero que les quiero enseñar es, hemos perdido el promedio de la 9. Justamente acá hemos tenido este bajón y rebotamos justamente el 21 que está ahorita en 257. Una vez más, estamos en 258. Y te mantienen esta tendencia alcista, si lo quieres ver así, con una desviación acá, que viene desde el 2020. O 22, no, 20, estoy casi seguro. Sí, de marzo del 2020. Entonces, crítico no perder este 21 que está en los 257. Sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la trimestral, está ahí mismo en los 256 el promedio de las 9. Si llega, y las trimestral y la mensual cierran al mismo tiempo esta vez en 10 días y 4 horas. Muy importante que podamos mantener este precio por ahí de los 252, diría, es crítico para estos cierres. Cuando nos acercamos un poco más y ponemos nuestras líneas, podemos ver que hemos perdido todo, pero estamos rebotando en el 100. Y en el 100 que está en los 252, nos dimos un rebote que nos metió justamente de vuelta en esta línea de tendencia a la alza. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Esto quiere decir sencillamente puesto, y déjenme quito mis promedios, que podríamos tranquilamente simplemente rebotar acá y empezar a ranguear por acá hasta llegar, hasta que se le antoje al precio de FedEx, ir por acá. Eso es una gran posibilidad, pero la fuerza que lleva bajista y estando sobre todo bajo todos estos promedios no se ve nada bien. Tu siguiente esperanza va a estar por acá en el próximo bajo, si es que lo llega a romper, donde puse esta línea de puntos, lo puedes ver acá, está en los 242, que es el bajo que había hecho antes. Si llegas a romper esto, combinado con el hecho de que no estás haciendo altos más altos que los pasados, podríamos decir que estás empezando a entrar en zona bajista y fuerte. Eso es en la semanal. En la diaria es un poco de lo mismo, sobre todo en la diaria, vean lo fuerte que está bajando. El 9 instantáneamente se tiró a la basura por abajo del 21, ahora pasando al 55 también, y el 55 y el 21 pronto se van a dar la vuelta a darte un cruce plateado a la baja. Y cada que eso pasa, tiene FedEx buenos bajones. Podemos verlo por acá, aunque eso no es donde está el precio, espérame. Si tuviste el cruce bajista por acá, es justamente acá, y eso te llevó 5% para abajo. Pero yo creo que FedEx lo que no le gusta es exactamente el 9 y el 21. El 9 y el 21 sí te da bajones de 10%. Este estuvo cabrón. 10%, 10%, 10%. ¿Cuánto te acaba de dar hoy? Espérame, digamos que lo cruzamos acá. Básicamente estás ahí, honestamente. Tiene cara de que va a ser suelo en esa línea, que es donde más castigado está el precio, pero también en la diaria ya perdiste el promedio de los 200. Así que yo creo que es importante ver cómo cierra la mensual. Esta no es una acción que se mueva y oscile tanto el precio. No estás comprando Bitcoin, ¿no? Que un día sube 30,000% y al día siguiente pierde 20,000%. Esto es bastante tranquilón, pero hasta ahorita lo importante es que mantenga este nivel crítico en los 259 y no perder los 243. Y en el cierre de las que estamos esperando en 10 días, queremos asegurarnos de no perder por ahí del 256, 255. Eso es lo que tienes que ver si eres alcista en FedEx. Vámonos a una tabla que no tiene sentido alguno. Of course, we're going to do AMC, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready.
The squeeze has not been squeezed.
It hasn't squeezed in the squeezy?
Not yet. It's going to $1 billion per share.
What? What's going on with the squeezeness?
Every single AMC holder will be a billionaire.
Here, let me show you a screen. I don't know why I'm on mine while doing this bullshit. Well, goddamn, this is stupid.
You said you were going to share your screen?
No. I said I don't know why I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Sorry.
All right, so no, you're good. So on the weekly right here, we have been resisting this 21 EMA since how long? It's I think from this original drop, yeah, even since before that. 21. We haven't really like solidly closed above the 21 and had multiple closures since way back here in November of 2021, when price was around in the $200 zone. We have not held above the 21 EMA. That's like what, 50x from where price is right now,
Basically.
and we're still resisting the 21. And not only the 21, but we're also going below the median as well. The median's at $4.86. As long as we're below the median, we have a statistical probability of hitting between a 38.2 and a 50%. The reason why I think 50% is because it lines right up perfectly with this meme line right here. But that gives us a target between $4.31 and $4.10. And if you look at our HPR momentum, that's starting to flip down, and it's rejecting getting out of the negative area. And we have a solid downtrend on our momentum, where we're just making lower highs, and lower lows. And now we've broken into the negative area, and we're pretty close to getting into the bearish control zone. We have volatility flipping up too. That's telling us this momentous move to the downside is going to have volatility support, and it's not going to be a correction. And then the jewel on the weekly is giving us curving over, and it's giving us a fresh dark blue sell signal. On the monthly, keep in mind though, TA doesn't work the best with these meme shit stocks, so you got to take it all with a grain of salt. Because whenever it gets one of those huge ass candles, the TA looks like garbage, and then it'll just reverse in one candle. Right now, we've been rejecting the 5 EMA since July of 2022, and we've been solidly above it. It's been since the end of 2021, like around November of 2021, since we lost it, and then we've been below it solidly. And we're still we deviated above it for a little bit, but we're losing it. We lost it again, and now we're retesting it and we're rejecting. Right now, we're finding some support at the top 38.2% zone, but this area is very likely not to hold based off of the weekly momentum. And also, if you look at the monthly momentum is starting to flip back down as well from the bullish control zone. While volatility is kind of sideways, kind of rejecting the try to flip up, and it's rejecting the bullish control zone, and volatility is flipping down. Whenever volatility flips down, you have a statistical chance of hitting the median. Right now, the median sits at $3.40. Which coincides with our weekly momentum starting to flip down and breaking this area. If we were to break this 50%, our next target is the 61.8% or the 78.6. The reason why I think it's 78.6 is look at this number, $3.37. So if you look at the monthly, what is the median at? $3.43. Basically coincides with the weekly for us hitting that mid to high $3 area. And all of our momentum indicators are telling us the same thing. Let's see if the quarterly does any data. Oh my God, the quarterly looks terrible. We couldn't even test up to the 5 EMA. We just went to this meme line, rejected exactly, and closed below this meme line. Now we're retesting this meme line and getting a sharp rejection. Based off the quarterly, I don't want to throw this number out there, but based off the quarterly, it looks like we're probably going below $2, to be honest.
By the way, I hope that's not a surprise to anyone at this point.
This thing is going somewhere around $1 or $2.
Yeah,
that's kind of what it's worth, to be honest.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Any divergence? Nope. Monthly? No. Is this higher? Let's make sure. Nah, it's lower, so no divergence. Nope. That's interesting. There's no divergences at all.
Because it's not a real stock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like all of those things is just, it's really hard to read like an actual regular thing. It's any other instrument.
I found it. It's very, very slight, very slight. So right here, we have a high. We have a lower high, but the RSI went very, very slightly higher. So we do have hidden bearish divergence between these 2 points here.
Oh boy.
Our easy target has been hit, which is the middle zone. And then we bounced back up to the bullish control zone and rejected it. So now our next target is the bearish control zone. And the bearish control zone right now sits at $4.25. The target after the bearish control zone is the bearish critical zone. Right now, we have literally zero volatility for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of zero volatility, almost 2 months of zero volatility. So from this zero volatility, we're going to get a massive, massive move. This is the last time we have anywhere close to that type of low volatility.
Is that when
I
it's
literally-
blue?
Yeah, that's when volatility is at 0. I literally cannot find it at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Nope,
That's the
it's
start.
never happened. So whenever we have this low volatility for this long, does this bearish critical zone target seem impossible to you? Not to me. Numbers at $1.51.
Oof.
It's not looking good, bros. Anything on here? The 3-day had some hidden bullish divergence on this move up to the 21, and then it got rejected, and then we invalidated it with the local top. Same thing with the 2-day, and the daily doesn't have anything. So right now we do have that confirmed drive of hidden bearish divergence on the weekly, and that would very likely get us that breakdown we were looking at on the HPDR. Let me see if I can get a number from here and see if it lines up with what we had before. Yeah, so our 78.6 lines right up with that $3 number, that 337 to 350, which is sitting at right now $3.14. So our first target based off that breakdown, if we get it, it's going to be somewhere around mid to low $3, and then after that, somewhere below $2, around 150 to maybe 175. It's looking real bad. I can't really find any hopium.
So we should buy some AMC, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because that means it's going to squeeze even harder.
Got it. Okay. Oh, I'm in for a squeeze. I like squeezes, although my wife is not in the camp of those, but it is what it is. Can we please do UNG because Alex is doing Lucid?
Sounds good.
All righty. I didn't do a shameless plug before, now that I realize. So let me do that right now before I jump into AMC. Vale, pues. Quiero hacer un gran y potente shameless plug para todos ustedes, para todos los que quieran ser parte y conocer qué es lo que estamos haciendo por acá, para que puedan aprender más y entender todos los términos que se están discutiendo. Vengan a darse una vuelta a Elite Trading Academy. Es un Discord, es completamente gratis. Les enseño rápidamente cómo usarlo. Simplemente te metes aceptando la invitación que acabo de poner en el canal. Una vez que la pones, lo voy a poner acá para que lo puedan ver. Una vez que entras, vas a ver esta pantalla. Acá tienes del lado izquierdo todos los menús. Del derecho van a ser las conversaciones de estos menús. Esto es Elite Trading Academy. Tenemos a todos los miembros por acá. Puedes ver el análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Puedes ver también el chat general donde todo el mundo viene a platicar, a darse ideas, poner usar buenos memes, etcétera. También puedes venir a checar qué es criptolingo por si tienes alguna pregunta de cosas que mencionamos en el chat, de cómo se utilizan, los tienes acá en español, también están acá en inglés para que puedas entender un poco mejor todo lo que estamos platicando. Acá tienes los P&L cards de toda la comunidad. Este tío Daniel se llevó 23%, 14%, bien, un 3, un 4, un 7%, 10%, ahí están los números, bueno, 63%. En fin, aquí está la gente imprimiendo dinero en el Discord y qué orgullo ver los perros. Aquí ven a pedirnos tablas. Acá tienes testimoniales, que muchas gracias a todos los que han dejado un testimonial, se aprecia muchísimo. Los vamos a poner en el sitio web ahora que va a salir. También tenemos noticias por acá, tenemos preguntas para los que tengan preguntas o simplemente ven a decir hola, así de sencillo. El chat general es el bueno, así que si quieren, vénganse a dar una vuelta por acá. Acá los vemos a todos. Esto es Elite Trading Academy. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Por supuesto que sí. All righty, let's get into, what is this? Lucid. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Lucid.
So, yeah, this is Lucid. This was something I was looking at. We were talking about last time I was looking at it. It was looking okay. This was a scenario I was mapping out. Why? Well, here we know there's a trend shift here. Especially after we broke this last lower high. And so right now, this is something I was watching. We ideally wanted to just keep forming some structure, reclaiming higher high, higher low to the breakout. The issue was, we got a pump. The issue is it's now rolling over. So this might be invalidated. We need to bounce basically on Lucid right here. If not here, $3.36. So I'm going to delete this now because, it's just like a visual. I don't trade Lucid. So I'm going to delete that so there's no confusion. And we see here, we are approaching support. I mean, we can still come down a little bit to $3.36. The support is that daily EMA 100, and it makes sense, right? Let's zoom out. Let's see. This EMA 100 basically been keeping price down for a very long time. Last time it was above it was in January 2022. You could argue, well, what about here? Yes. So I guess last time technically it was above was in February 2023. Shortly lived though, quick deviation down. And then why I was thinking this was looking okay is because we flipped it. We held it, consolidated on it, broke out, made another higher high, came down. Is this the higher low? Maybe. The fact that we didn't, really get a sustained rally right here makes me a little concerned. So right here, we ideally want this to be the bounce zone. Anything that tells us, whenever we think there's a higher low, we need a higher high to confirm that. So it's all speculation otherwise. Will this be the higher low spot? Maybe, but it already looks bad if we break these lows. The fact that we had a pretty impressive bounce from here, wick high to wick low, we bounced almost 21%. It's kind of a bad sign when we get these big moves up. We are not sustained. We didn't hold above $3.91. To me, this just starts looking like it's shifting again. Just like what we were talking about here with this shift and here, this could be another daily shift. We need to see where this closes. Because in my opinion, if you're looking at this as the next higher low, which I don't have an opinion on, it might be, then you don't want $3.37 to basically close.
Which
now, when I'm very
weekly 21.
Yeah. So when I'm more on edge, I'm like, okay, like, is it bullish or bearish, right? Up or down, sirs? Then I have to extend the time frames. And I think that when we start going from a daily to a 2-day, it becomes more evident here. And so, yes, this was a nice hammerhead towards the lows. So I am calling this this was supposed to be the higher low here, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Now, the issue is this is looking like another lower high here. So then we'd expect this low not to hold. If we do break this wick low, I think we can aggressively come down again. For me, I guess the next point would be this low as maybe the next resistance at 280. But, overall, Lucid has pretty big ranges. I don't have many lines on this chart because, when we've sold down so heavily here, we now have to focus on this range here. And as it stands, it's looking like the 2 days falling. It was looking like a deviation of the 2-day EMA 100, which is interesting because if we go to the daily, we're still above it. But, is the 2-day telling us that this probably is not going to hold? Maybe. But the 2 days not looking the best. And like Alejandro mentioned as well, we are pressing that weekly 21 now. So like ideally what we'd want here, since this weekly 21's slightly above this wick low, you could make the argument we come all the way down, tap it. It'd have to tap to the sun, and then we'd need to bounce from there. That then could maybe negate forming another lower low, and then it still solidifies the higher low that we talked about on the 2-day here. So maybe price comes down a little lower, makes some kind of dirty higher low, and then presses up to 394. As it stands, we're just in this range. So resistance 394, support currently is at $3.43. On the 2-day too, not really seeing much with BWP. And that's why I want to go to a higher time frame and take a look. So then the weekly, yes, we would expect then for the 21 to hold, especially since the 9 is above the 21. This is kind of the last spot where we would expect a bounce. The issue also why it's a little more concerning is it's never a good sign when you get a bounce, tap and go, and then on the next week we fully revert that and we're now testing support again. Weak. It's pretty weak to me in my opinion. So it's not a good sign when we bounce and then this next week opening we're now all the way back down to the bounce zone, solidifies the weakness. More taps of it equals the weaker it gets as well. So I'm not fully convinced that if we go back to this 21, it will hold. But, I don't have a bias. I'm just telling you what I see, which is, I guess since the 21 is now curving up, you could make the argument we could bounce here, not break that, wick low, very, very shallow. But if we don't break it, we don't break it. And then we'd expect to bounce from there. As it stands, though, yeah, this is a pretty ugly weekly. Rejected where it needed to. couldn't reclaim support either. When you get these moves up that are, 20% up, I zoom out and I ask myself, why didn't we reclaim that mean support line? Like, why did we close right under it? And this is like very predatory to me. When I see Bitcoin do that, it's like the 2-hour on Bitcoin didn't close above its EMA 9 right now. Even though we had a massive pump, I have to ask myself why. These could just act as traps. So we'll have to see what's good with this weekly. Something I can tell you though for sure is we're losing the weekly 9. Unconfirmed, 3 hours to go. We're under the weekly 9, EMA 9. Since reclaiming it here, we've basically been holding it. It's been above it for, this was the week we got above it. 1, 2, 3 weeks we held it. Now we're breaking under it. Not the best of signs. So we lose the 21. I have to look at the 34. And the 34 here also, we're losing the 34. Next zone's the 21. If we lose the 21, there's really not much zones on the weekly here. Let's see where this, I don't think there's much data if this will populate. No. Okay. So then, ideally, if we close the weekly under the 21, for me, I'll be pretty bearish on this. I'll be looking at the lower time frames as another trend shift. We're back to being bear. We're in a downtrend now. And luckily for us, we're getting a daily, 2-day, weekly, all coming right around this zone here, right at that $3.35, $3.40. I just really don't want to see this low get taken on a wick basis. And that's the assumption that since we did get a hammerhead here, you usually get these formations towards some kind of local bottom, usually during a higher low, kind of like what we got here, came down and then expanded up, not the cleanest because we kind of filled this wick, but that's okay. We didn't break the low of it, and that's why I'm using this as a gauge. So, it's at a crucial spot. I don't really have much else to share on this other than the watch. It is at a crucial spot. You could be arguing that this is now flipping more down again in a downtrend structure. We're breaking down of this. And then the 2-day as well is nicely under. I know that was the 2 days. So then the daily is now, about to flip. The 9's about to flip under the 21 on this closure, which has implications for potential silver cross happening. Which it hasn't yet, but that's the first step, as we know. Again, another point on bear's side where, this could start getting ugly. We have a potential lower low unconfirmed yet, a lower high unconfirmed without the lower low. But the hopium is we are still above the daily EMA 100. We are still holding the weekly 21, which has been a big point on the chart for Lucid. We see that because of this bounce here. My concern is, though, coming all the way back down, testing it makes it a lot more weaker. So overall, I'd watch closely. I guess in layman terms, any closures back above $3.60, it's pretty good. And any closure back anywhere under $3.37, even wicking below it, confirms that this is in a downtrend again for me. Let me see if I can see anything else. Let's see the monthly, not the 2-month, but the monthly. And the monthly
below the 9.
Yeah, so it is below the 9. I'll throw the 5 on. We are holding the 5 right now as support. And this kind of, again, solidifies what I'm saying, which is we need to bounce from here. We have a lot of support here in this zone. So we don't bounce from here. It could get pretty ugly in the sense that we then shift the lower time frames into a downtrend. But yes, we are below the 9. It's never a good sign. Lucid, this monthly is basically this monthly 9 has been a big point on this whole downward move where anytime we rally into it, we reject the 9. And so the fact that we did close above it last month was a good sign. We didn't get the follow through now, and we're losing it again. 10 days to go, but if this weekly ends up losing the 21, I won't be convinced that this month is going to hold the 9. I'm curious. Yeah, we see BBWP, still coming down, resetting. Can still go even lower, hit extremes if it wants. But it's very much like all the charts we're seeing right now. If we start expanding that BBWP while things are starting to shift the trend, starting to break down, this will only just make the move more aggressive for shorts, and it'll just be more painful for longs. I drew this diagonal here to kind of show you what I'm seeing with this lower high. The question is, do we just break this lower low here? That we're breaking down, in my opinion, on a really easy it's really simple to me. If we start closing under this EMA 100 on the daily, then that's weak. We've deviated it down. This is a lower high. This was a lower low. We have to then be on lower high watch again. Probably goes up back to the 9, rejects, and then that has implications for the weekly closing bad, and then the monthly losing the EMA 9. We close back under the monthly EMA 9. Yeah, this is back in a bear market. And, we were hopeful that it was shifting. We were hopeful that, bulls could maybe take control here. Reclaiming these levels was welcoming. Maybe we have a chance to go up to this $5 range, but we couldn't. And this move here totally got sold down on this next 2-week closure. 3 hours to go to weekly, two week. It's just never a good sign when you get a fat candle wick body to a potential big body, body on the candle. It's like I've mentioned before. If I can give an example, it's just like these moves where we go up and reject can just turn ugly. They kind of just give bears all the momentum they need for the closure. And it's like I say too to people, you visually can see it. It looks like a weight is coming down on this. This isn't a bullish candle, especially for a 2-week. Before I go, let me just check the quarterly. I guess the hopium here is, let's see if the quarterly can close back above 344. Okay, that'd look good in the sense that we're still closing above this high. We did reclaim a meme line, and then potentially the quarterly could go back up on open to 395. But it's barely holding on now. Let me straighten this out just a little bit. There we go. It's barely holding on now. And so I wouldn't bet a lot of money on that theory, but that is something to be mindful of. Curious real quick to see where BBWP is too, if there's any kind of data populated on it. And there's not. So yeah, that's interesting. Lucid's not looking the best. It was looking more constructive. It still is constructive in the sense, as long as we don't break this low, but it's really pushing it now. So, you really want to just be defensive on the sense that this could trend shift here. And if we do trend shift, all these longs with the uptrend thesis, all the algos playing the uptrend here, that was in an uptrend. It formed it right here. Boom. The issue is this right here. This was kind of concerning. So what we would have wanted if we were bullish was, maybe it comes up, doesn't fully just break out to the moon, but we come up, instead of rejecting here, we just start basing. We come down maybe a little bit, form another higher low, and then make the higher high. The fact that we very violently rejected, got to follow through again, and now we're breaking down is not a good sign. So it's hard. It's hard for me to give concrete stuff with this chart. Watch today. Watch the closures, I guess. And remember what I said. You'll know this is breaking down, in my opinion, if we start losing this daily EMA 100. If we start doing that, the trend is confirmed down. We broke the low, higher low here. This was the lower low. And then we have to look potentially for lower, assuming this doesn't hold. And the next spot for me, I don't think this $2.80 will hold, in my opinion. I then will start looking at back to the $2.50, which has been a big point on this chart. And we've tested it a lot already. So, that's another point to be a little concerned if we do test that. Because if that doesn't hold, then we have to look at this low. And that's at $2.30. And we break that, well, have fun holding this, because that won't be good. So watch very closely. If we don't bounce here, which we should, in my opinion, if bulls want to take back control, we need a bounce here. If we don't, watch the reaction here. It could play into the thesis that I mentioned on the weekly, which means we could hit the 21, not fully break this low, and then get a bounce. It's a very, very, very aggressive long trade, though. But you take the long here and you have a stop here. Could be a very tight stop loss because you know where you're wrong.
I'll throw your way, just like Diddy, just the tip. Are you ready? if you look at Rivian, normally Lucid would be a shit coin, Rivian would be Ethereum or Solana, and Tesla would be Bitcoin, right? So the more volatile play will be Lucid. And if Rivian right now went underneath the $12 mark with an almost 9% fucking drop, Lucid is bound to get that mega drop.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, good point. Because if Rivian's doing this and it's the less higher beta than Lucid, you know, Rivian's already breaking down, you know, and I'm curious to see here. Yeah. So, I mean, Rivian's chart does look slightly worse, but you're right. I mean, and you know cars way more than anyone here. So ideally, yeah, if Lucid wants to really go for it, it can. I really wouldn't be betting that, you know,
That's a
it's
top
gonna
candle.
hold. And it is, yeah, it is. This is another shooting star here. So I mean, but unconfirmed. But it seems like it will be 3 hours. So we'll see. Hopium though is we're at a bounce zone. We're still holding the weekly 21. We're at the 2-week 9 right here. The daily is still above the EMA 100, so that's okay. The issue is the 2-day. 2-day looks a little concerning right here, considering we are now under the 100. We rejected it. We're breaking down. We are now at the 34 as well, but I mean, I'm just not fully convinced it's going to hold. But technically speaking, this is the spot where you'd want to start looking for a long. Technically speaking. Or just wait, because you know no position is a position, and you don't need to aggressively trade every little thing, especially when you have a weekly closure, a monthly closure, quarterly incoming. It's always better just to wait, let the shit settle, get the easy trade. You don't need to play everything. But that's what I see with Lucid. It's not looking the best. It's quite concerning.
It really isn't. Yeah, couldn't agree.
Whatever you guys do, just don't show that long-term Lucid chart to our boy Allcar News. Love him, but he has an irrational love for Lucid.
He loves Lucid. There's a lot of people that absolutely love Lucid, but the thing is, do they own a Lucid? And most of them no. The people that I know that love Lucid, the idea of Lucid, bought one, absolutely fucking hate it. Because but they say the car is really beautiful, really well made. It's super fast, but it has so many problems like you would imagine, like being a smaller car maker. Like, dude, they fucking churn out 8,000 cars a year.
Where the hell do you even service that shit?
That's what I'm saying. So there you go. That's the problem that they have. One of the many problems that they have. And then Alex, for you, because Farhan, you're doing. Oh,
UNG.
do you know what you're doing? UNG, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got this one for you, Alex. MercadoLibre.
Okay. Let's see.
That's a good one. You already did it, I'm pretty sure.
Perfect.
Let me just do this one in español and let's go. And here we go. Ahí les va. Lucid, damas y caballeros. Lo primero que tenemos que entender es, Rivian está abajo de los $12, llegó rapidísimo, se los había cantado, pero aquí está bajo mi línea. Y recuerden, cuando volteamos a ver Lucid, Rivian, Tesla es Bitcoin, Lucid, Rivian, Tesla es Bitcoin, Rivian y Solana o Ethereum, y Lucid es cualquier shitcoin que te imagines. Lucid es el más volátil de todos. Si estás viendo que Rivian está teniendo un día de casi 9% abajo, está abajo de los $11.99, está teniendo esta acción de precio y está haciendo altos más bajos, probablemente Lucid vaya a buscar algo de lo mismo, ¿ok? Por más que se haya visto sólido Lucid por un rato y tengas este alto más alto que este, estés formando este bajo más alto que este y que este, en este momento Lucid, en mi opinión, corre el riesgo de ser la siguiente víctima del mercado. Ahora, vamos a ver por qué. Vamos a empezar por la mensual, que es siempre bueno ver temporalidades. Estamos, número 1, abajo del promedio de la 9, que está en 3.69. Lucid en este momento está cotizando en 3.45, que es justamente mi zona de soporte. Si llegas a romper eso, tu siguiente zona de que de verdad no quieres romper para abajo son 3.35. Si rompes 3.35, muy probablemente vayas a visitar los 3 planos. Ahora, los voy a poner en la semanal, los voy a llevar por acá para que vean por qué. En la semanal se ve un poco más de todo esto y lo sencillo que es. Perdimos la 9, fuimos rechazados por el 55 aquí arriba con esta vela de indecisión y ahora estamos acá. Por más que hayas creado un alto más alto acá, esto en la semanal no se ve tanto, pero esto es un alto más bajo. Tenemos que aguantar acá el promedio de las 3.38, que también coincide, el promedio de las 21, que también coincide con este punto. Si rompes para abajo los 3.38, 3.35, Lucid se va a los planos 3, pero volando. Les quiero poner la de 2 semanas también para que vean las confluencias. Una vez más, el 9 en el 3.43. Toda esta zona es una zona muy importante de soporte para el precio de Lucid. Si Lucid llega a perder esto, no se va a ver nada bonito, aunque, de nuevo, todavía no hay confirmación de nada. Si eres alcista y ya estás metido, estás parado en una buena situación. Pero si llegas a romper estos bajos, yo digo los 3.34, ahí es donde dirías que te deberías de preocupar. Y lo siguiente que quieres romper son los 3.77 y tener un cierre ahí. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar, esta es una vela de 2 semanas, va a cerrar en 3 horas y esta es una vela de tope. Esto se ha convertido en una vela de tope. Así que si Lucid llega a cerrar así en esta tabla de 2 semanas, no se ve nada bien. Vamos a la semanal y en la semanal puedes ver aún más lo que estamos diciendo. Bajo el promedio de las 9, que está en 3.57, y aquí ya retesteó una vez y lo aguantó el de las 21. Al igual que acá, en realidad, la única vez que lo perdió fue en esta vela en agosto 24, que lo volvió a retomar y se subió. Pero ahora vas a volverlo a tocar. Mientras más tocas un soporte, 1, 2, la media rota, 3, 4, 5, muy probablemente tengas más oportunidad de que esto se vaya a romper hacia la baja. En la diaria, importante. La diaria es importante por varias razones. Oh, no me he dado cuenta de esto. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y acá tienes la estructura de esto. Y el hombro se está rompiendo a la baja. ¿Cuál es tu objetivo? Vamos a ver. 2.25, que también coincide con con básicamente el fondo. Entonces, Lucid tiene una gran probabilidad de volver a retomar y testear fondos de nuevo. Si Rivian lo tiene, ¿por qué Lucid no? Estás en este momento perdiendo el promedio de los 51, de los 55, que está en 3.48. Y de nuevo, lo que sigue son los 3.36 con el promedio de los 100, el EMA 100, que está justamente donde está nuestra línea de soporte acá en los 3.35. Así que ese es el nivel más crítico de Lucid, los 3.35. Empieza a ver la debilidad de Lucid acá con este cruce entre el azul y el amarillo, que es el 9 yéndose abajo del amarillo, y ahí ya lo acaba de jalar aún más, creando más esa separación, dando esta confirmación de debilidad. Esto podría tranquilamente irse hoy mismo para abajo y si no, muy pronto. Así que tengan los ojos abiertos y sobre todo, de nuevo, vean su indicador adelantado en esta sección del mercado, Rivian en los 11.97 y qué le sigue a Rivian de los 11.97, los 10.04. Márquenlo, apúntenlo y llámenme. Vale, all righty, Alex, let's, oh no, Farhan, no, who's doing UNG?
Far.
Oh.
God damn, Rivian looks bad.
Right? What a fucking tumble, dude. That was direct straight to hell.
And so, like, to me, yeah, that was the right channel we were looking at. We were looking at all the right stuff. And luckily, we did save our Discord because we posted this last time we saw, like, Rivian looks like it's about to big nuke. And so people were able to position for that. And we did big nuke. And this still could easily go more down, especially with how BBWP is. I'm actually, before we go check Rivian, I'll look real quick. I won't share my chart. I just want to see what the daily BBWP is now. Oh yeah, so it's now finally it's confirming. So it's
there you go,
16.27%. Yeah, that's not good. Huh.
Well, it's fucked. Let us go to UNG.
All right, on UNG, we got our breakout. We got our close above the 38.2, the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. Then we got a back test of this meme line in the 61.8%. We're getting an expansion from there. We would expect this 21 EMA to be rejection because it is a pretty significant point. We had a deviation here. We tried to hold it, and then we broke below it. Last time, we also got a deviation above it. And then the other time as well, every single one of these lower highs, we've gotten a deviation above the 21. Last time, we've been solidly above the 21, not even here. This was just a retest and rejection. Last time was all the way back in August of 2022 when we were solidly above the 21. We would have to assume that same relationship is going to hold. And maybe we break above the 21 and then deviate below it again. Right now, our HPDR momentum is hitting very extreme levels. If you notice back over here, when we deviated above the 21, we went to the same extreme levels and we ended up losing it again. The higher you are up here in your momentum, the harder it becomes to stay up there. And it becomes much easier for the bears to roll the price over. We were entering that same exact area right here when we were approaching the 21, and then it got to extreme levels, and then we lost it. Same thing on the volatility, where our volatility was expanding and it was reaching close to extreme levels. Right now it's at 76%. It likes to top out in the 90s. So we're basically in the same signal here in volatility, where it was approaching the 21 and the volatility was in the 70s. Getting the exact same setup as there. The difference is, let's see, now even this is the exact same, where the jewel is flipping up from a dark blue sell signal to a light blue cyan signal within the bearish control zone. It did the same thing right here. That's what it's doing right here. And over here was an even stronger signal because the peak was above the 21 and they were all close together, and we still couldn't break the 21 EMA. This one is not that strong. This one, they're not all bunched up together. We have the light blue above the pink, but it's not like they're not coming in. The pink is not crossing the yellow, and then light blue crossing that like it was over here. So it's not as strong of a signal. So we should be expecting that the 21 is going to act as resistance, or if another deviation point to make another lower high before we end up breaking back down again. Last time we did it, we ended up correcting down to the 95% range. Right now, the 95% range sits at, what is that, $8.70 something cents? Let me get the exact number for you. $8.82 that it sits at right now. That would be from here, like 50% drop, I believe. Let's check.
Well, yeah, almost 45.
Yeah, very close to 45% drop from here. And that's what we should expect based on the trend and based off of we're getting the exact same setup on the HPDR and momentum and volatility. Let's go to the monthly. Monthly right now is not looking the worst in the short term. It's looking very bad overall in the trend. But right now, since we're above the median, we should still be expecting a short-term bounce. We're below the 5 EMA. We have 10 days and 3 hours to go. The 5 EMA is at $15.17. But if we close with the median, which right now is at 1386, we have statistical probability of hitting the 38.2 or the 50%. That would be around $16.09 to around $16.64, which is right around that 9 EMA. And that would also be another perfect lower high before we end up continuing lower. Because if you look at the monthly relationship with price, it likes to reject the 9 EMA on the monthly. Right here, rejected. Right here, rejected. Here, it front ran a little bit. And over here is when whenever we retested it and then ended up getting our rejection and got our huge, massive drop. We got a drop for how much after we rejected it? About 84% after we rejected the 9 EMA over here.
Not bad.
This time volatility was decreasing while momentum was decreasing whenever we dropped 84%. This time volatility is decreasing while momentum is increasing towards the bounce. But the reason why that's not bullish is because when volatility is decreasing and momentum is increasing, it's giving you a corrective move. And it's telling you that you have a higher probability of hitting the median, which we've already done right now. The median is at about $13.86. So it tells you no matter how high we go up from here, it's still going to be corrective. And it lines up with that bounce, even if we were to hit this 9 EMA at $16.09. So nothing would really change. It would be a pretty big bounce from when we got that signal up to there. It would be around 32%. But that still would do nothing for the long-term trend. And it would still be setting lower highs before it ends up rolling over even further to the downside. So quarterly is trying to bounce right now. It's giving the same signal where momentum is turning back up from the extreme zones, from the bearish control zone, while volatility is turning down. So I told you whatever bounce that we get is going to be a corrective bounce. And that, but it does give you a statistical target of hitting the median. But right now, since we only have about how much days to go, 10 days to go, it's very unlikely we get that move in these next 10 days. And this median is going to come down to probably somewhere around this meme line with this 5 EMA. That would be somewhere around $21. Even that, I don't see happening, to be honest. The best I can see is us going up to that this rejection point right here, somewhere around $18 to $16, which is the number we were getting based off of our monthly EMA 9. And if you switch to the RSI,
I think next time we do this one, we gotta analyze nat gas. I think it's a mistake that we're analyzing these ETFs instead.
Yeah, probably.
Personally, because that's what I base myself on. Whenever I'm going to make a purchase on UNG, I look at nat gas, but people are just used to looking at these.
All right, so the quarterly does have multiple drives that confirm hidden bearish divergence, and we haven't invalidated it yet because there's no local bottom. And we have a shoulder right there, a head, and a shoulder. We're about to get close to this neckline somewhere around this zone, which is the bearish control zone. So if we do break below that, the bearish control zone right now sits at, it doesn't even tell you. That's crazy. That's wild. So it's probably significantly low. The fact that it doesn't tell you what that target would be.
It just gives.
You can just know that it's lower than it is now. Let's see if I can Get something from here. Probably somewhere around $2.50, to be honest. That's probably a fair number. Monthly, we also have confirmed hidden bearish divergence. It got rejected from getting out of the bearish control zone. Now it's healthily within the bearish control zone, trying to bounce again. You expect it to bounce at this moving average. But from there, ultimately, since we're still rejecting this 9 EMA, very likely we come down to the bearish critical zone. And that number right now is sitting at $10.94. Weekly, we have some regular bullish divergence, but it's about to get invalidated because we're rejecting this 21 EMA and we're getting a move down toward the downside. This is giving us a lower low on RSI. Is that it's a higher low on price action? So this would be bullish divergence if we can close over this previous high right here, which is at $15 and $15. We are over that. So why is there no divergence? It's interesting. I guess this RSI is not populating it, but that would give us another drive of bullish divergence if we close over $15.03. From there, we would get a target of these previous highs over here, somewhere around $19 to possibly $20. This is going to move down. This is probably the only hopium that I can find that we'd have to close this next 2 hours and 51 minutes over $15.03. Then we could get an extension of our bounce. Very likely, even if we do go somewhere around this $19, $20 target, we're probably still going to reject that monthly 9 EMA and probably still going to close below it because the overall monthly trend is still significantly towards downside. And that 9 EMA does hold very strong significance. And you see a lot of times we tested it, we did go above it a little bit. So it doesn't mean that we can't wick above it. We did over here too. We could easily just wick above it towards that $19, $20 target and close below and then resume monthly trend. Right now, the only piece of hopium I can find is that divergence on the weekly, but all of our higher time frames are giving us major hidden bearish divergence. So what we could see is a short-term bounce, hit that monthly 9 EMA, and then the monthly and quarterly hidden bearish divergence would take over, and we end up making another lower low.
A motherfucking man, señor. Thank you for that. Ok, tenemos UNG. Por cierto, si quieren ver UNG, que es un ETF de gas natural, lo mejor que podemos hacer es analizar el gas para todos, para que todos sepan eso. No quieres analizar la tabla de un ETF que es un derivado de, quieres analizar el producto en sí mismo para poder hacer estos análisis, porque estos ETFs a través de largo tiempo van a 100. Entonces, cuando voltamos a ver temporalidad alta, en esto, más allá de la semanal, hay divergencias bajistas por todos lados en la tabla, a las que no sé qué tanto les podemos creer. En la semanal tenemos un poco de divergencia alcista que nos puede llevar a corto plazo a retestear el 9 y probablemente ahí para arriba, pero solamente quería decir eso, ¿ok? Porque creo que es importante que todos lo sepamos. Vamos a empezar con extremos. En todo lo que es volatilidad y momentum, estamos en extremos en esto, por lo que muy probablemente en largas temporalidades, por lo que muy probablemente estemos cerca del tope del movimiento o el movimiento fuerte en realidad venga a ser una corrección de precio para abajo. Entonces, por ahorita que venimos acá y les quiero enseñar, venimos abajo de la 9. Vean cuánto tiempo, desde cuándo perdimos la 9, diciembre del 2022. Hemos estado arriba, pero tantito. Y normalmente a esto le gusta vivir, le encanta vivir abajo y pocas veces podemos flipar el 9 por el 21. Y acá lo tienes para abajo, el movimiento completamente al revés. Tienes esta vela de tope también, que fue confirmada instantáneamente por esto. Y aparte, en el canal, cuando nos acercamos un poco más en la semanal, puedes verlo, yo creo que mejor que nadie. Estás chocando con la parte alta del canal, que también coincide con el 21. Estás arriba del promedio del 9, lo que probablemente nos va a llevar por acá. Tu siguiente objetivo, en mi opinión, puede ser el 9, y también de lo que dijo Farhan, de que máximo podamos probablemente venir a esta zona de los 17. En la semanal ya viste dónde queda, en los 15.51 con el 21, pero puedes obviamente romper como en esta zona, tener una desviación y luego para abajo. Voy a ver cómo se ve la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas es un poco de lo mismo. Puedes ver cómo viene a coincidir el 21 por acá. Está en los 18.37 ahorita, pero va a bajar. El precio en este momento de UNG está en 15.11, ¿ok? Y ahorita vas a ir a pelearte con el 9, que está justamente en los 15.34, que es la parte alta de este canal. Vamos a ver si lo puede romper o no. semanalmente hablando. El 9 coincide con las 2 semanas en el 20, con el 21 de la semanal coincide con el de las 2 semanas, el 9, en los 15.50 por esa zona, por lo que esa confluencia tiene que decirnos que el precio probablemente vaya a darle un besito por ahí. Pero cuando nos acercamos más en la diaria, podemos ver un poco más la fotografía más realista. Tienes el promedio de los 100, lo has visto, está acá en los 15.57, en los 15.53, que coincide justamente con el promedio de los 21 en la semanal y el promedio de las 9 en la de 2 semanas. Y me parece con el promedio de la 9 en la mensual, si es que no estoy equivocado. Así que mucha confluencia en esta zona donde probablemente sí vayamos a darle un besito. Y también tienes el 200 por acá de los 16.94, que nos pone cerca de nuestro objetivo por acá de los 17. ¿Tiene upside a corto plazo? Sí. ¿Qué tanto? No te podemos decir. Aparte aquí tienes el 9 yéndose encima del 21, que eso es raro, casi nunca pasa en esta acción, lo puedes ver. Por lo que creo y creemos que esto tenga a corto plazo, vaya a hacer esto, pero definitivamente después va a visitar nuevos mínimos. Haremos el próximo análisis sobre el precio del gas natural en vez de esto para poder ver más claramente las temporalidades a largo plazo, porque esto podría ser tranquilamente ya el subidongo, pero no estoy seguro. Y de nuevo, el gas natural, le dicen el Widowmaker por acá, no es nada fácil de analizar. Vale, pues, vamos a MercadoLibre. MercadoLibre.
All right, nice. What is this, by the way? It's a retail trade.
It's basically like Amazon, but in Latin America. They're way bigger than Amazon in Latin America by a lot.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
you know, as you guys see on the quarterly, it's looking, or no, not even the quarterly, the 6 month. My apologies. Let's check the quarterly though. You know, for me, I'd be focused on this. This quarterly, each and every time we've rallied up to that 2014 level, it's basically been a huge area of resistance here and here. And there's not many other time, and no other times actually, since it's gone up to here. So, I mean, ideally, what you'd want is a quarterly closing above 2013. What this would basically mean to me was we're flipping this wick high rejection possibly into support, and then, you know, a test down to it wouldn't surprise me. We just want to see some kind of bounce or reaction, and then maybe we see more expansion into next quarter. That's kind of what I see now. Let's dissect this though a little bit. So right now, what's happening on this weekly is we've essentially just been holding the 9. The 9 and the 21 has been a big point on this chart. You know, we still have this cross valid here of the 9 nicely above the 21, which is expected in a massive uptrend. And this is a strong uptrend. Let's not forget. So, you know, ideally what you'd want is, as long as we're above 2013, all this consolidation does is reset BBWP. It gives bulls just the consolidation they need for another leg up. You know, the issue is when you get these massive, aggressive moves up. So what we have here is we had a bull flag, broke out. We essentially formed another higher low here, shallow, yes, but, you know, higher low because it formed another higher high here. Now, the issue is, in my opinion, you know, this kind of needs to bounce here. It can go down to the 9 still, of course, at 2086. But, you know, if we start breaking this last higher low, you know, it doesn't mean it's going to nuke. I think then it'll give us a case to why we're probably going to go test this. We're going to just back test this essentially. Break out, come up, make a high, come all the way down, consolidate, and then just get ready for that quarterly closure incoming. But there's really nothing else there's nothing else really I can see on this. I still see support at the 1. It is in price discovery now with a higher high, so you should be on higher low watch right now. We've been forming those at the 9. So is it going to be here? Is it already here? And then this dotted line is real simple. I'm just taking this and I'm using this basically where we kind of rejected here, where it held support and so forth. Very, very, very tiny amount of data we have, especially when it's in price discovery. And that's why, you know, with my system, it works well. But when we get in price discovery up or down, that's where the HPDR really does become more important, in my opinion, because it gives you ranges that I don't have. But right, nevertheless, I can work with what I do have. very strong uptrend. You'd want this 9 to keep holding. If it doesn't hold, great. We probably then have more fuel to at least test the 21, an area we do test even, and it's healthy and it's fine. If we don't, hold the 21, well, then I'm focused on this 2013 level. I think overall, this weekly kind of could play into what I'm saying, where bulls ideally just want to kind of consolidate right at that dotted line, just chill, consolidate. What that'll do is move this 9 up. And then when we're getting the fast moving average supporting this massive level here, let's zoom out and see, right? We really are like flipping this now. If the weekly 9 comes up into this point, it solidifies the support, in my opinion. And then it also makes it easier to trade it, because we start deviating this line and we start losing the weekly 9. Then that'll be a cause of concern slightly, and we'll have to start looking for lower. As it stands, though, there's really no reason to be bearish on this. Even if the weekly comes all the way back down here to $1,967, it still would be bullish, and still would just be the first test of the 9 since it basically got reclaimed and went up. It's very strong chart, very strong chart. We see the 2-day here is supporting that theory of, these dumps should be pretty shallow, in my opinion. We had some kind of like, you could call this a hangman, I guess, because it's not technically in the middle. The issue is now we're getting the expansion. So I really have no opinion on this chart. It's in discovery mode. It's very strong. The level that needs to be held, which is 2014. As long as we're above that, to me, it's bullish. And this is just consolidation that's quite healthy. And we definitely see that more in the higher time frames. Because yes, the daily shallow higher or low could get broken, but that doesn't really mean much when the monthly trend is up, the 5-day, the weekly, and even the quarterly. So, it makes sense to kind of come down here, though, if I'm going to be honest. It makes sense to kind of come down. I'd be looking at least for a back test of this. Either we hold here and we close a quarterly above 2013, we'll call it 2014, or we actually lose it in the sense that, the daily starts deviating down and rejecting it. And then we'll have to look for lower, in my opinion, possibly to this 34 here at $1,984. But yeah, overall, it shouldn't surprise any of you if this does come down. As long as we are above this green line, it's a massive level. We had the breakout, we had the higher high. The trend is still very well up. And the nice part about bulls on this chart is, we have some pretty big closures incoming. And as it stands, it's looking pretty healthy. You can just see the flip in real time here. So, monthly came down, held it. Now we're getting that expansion. Do we chillax and consolidate a little bit? Probably. But also, the way the monthly BBWP works, it still is expanding, and it's still in that up curve, movement telling us this move is happening. We can kind of slow down maybe at this 50%, but still a good ways to go. So consolidation to more upside is kind of what I'm expecting with this. I can't give shorts, and I can't say we should be bearish when a quarterly looks like this, and we're also above this last wick high rejection, and also in price discovery. So, yeah, overall strong, everything. I'm not really getting any crosses. I'm not really getting anything. I don't know if you guys see anything.
I see two things.
Wow.
Two things. One, at the bottom right, where it says the news on price, it says 4 hours ago, MercadoLibre is maintained at overweight by Morgan Stanley. That means it's going to continue to go up because they're saying you need to sell this shit because it's too overweight. And the other really interesting thing is the low volume that this share has for being a market cap company of $106 billion. The average volume is $267,000. That's wild how low that is to maintain this type of price action. That's crazy. And in a way, that's what really helps it, right? Because less volume creates for higher price moves.
Can you switch to the quarterly? It has hidden bullish divergence.
There you go.
How?
Okay. Let's see. I don't even think I have RSI.
Yeah, RSI.
Like RSI. I'll pull it up now, and you can tell us why.
It has it on that lower. It lost the 21 and it's still active.
Oh,
Right here.
Yeah.
That's pretty. Is it confirmed?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So like, yeah, I mean, then, so, okay, cool. That's good little tidbits that we just talked about. So then like, ideally if we have all that, then I would expect 2014 to hold. I would expect that to kind of be the spot. And if you're bullish on this, you know, you don't really want to take longs up here. You also don't want to short because you don't want to get fucked. So if I were someone trying to trade this and I'm feeling antsy, I just wait for the quarterly. If we start closing a monthly, a weekly, a quarterly back above this last wick high rejection, it's bullish, it's strong. And it probably does solidify. We do get another move up, you know, especially since we do have quarterly bullish divergence. Let me do this real quick. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen, but you know, 4,282.
It's only 2x. It's
Never
only
seen-
2x.
Especially, but like, also that quarterly bullish divergence, is it just one drive foreign? You're
It should
talking to
be
yourself.
It should be. There's not a lot of history. Oh no, there is. A
Fine,
lot
you're
of
talking
There's three.
history.
I was muted. My bad. There's three.
Yeah, so 3 drives of quarterly bullish divergence.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll hit the fourth.
Maybe that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, like, well, when was the last time it had that fine? Probably never, right?
For three of them, I
On a
don't. Yeah, it actually, yeah, I did. They confirmed the three on 1st of July, 2015.
2015. Hang on.
Okay, let's see what it did.
July 2015.
So right here, when I made this low.
Yeah. They confirmed
Well,
from there.
it made a tremendous. It depends on until when you want to measure it, right? Like you want to measure it until 2018. That's only 406%.
Well,
You want to.
I think the best way. This is what I usually do.
It was
So
it was
first
invalidated on January of 2018.
Oh,
Those
okay.
three drives.
So I was gonna say like we take it from just the rejection high, but even if we just take it from this low, it's still. It doesn't matter how you look at it. 60%, you use that. That's 269. We use this. It's over 100%. So yeah, maybe over time. Over time's the key word because this took years. This does actually push up to that 4K zone over time.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me because you know from where it stands, let's say from here to there. Let me put this down right here. Hitting that fib retracement zone is only like 100% move, and if it does, and we would expect diminishing returns with it going bigger, but you know that's insane. 3 drives of quarterly bullish divergence is crazy to me. So you know, if I was gonna like be a betting man and kind of just give some crazy nothing back, I don't watch this. You know, maybe we just consolidate into this quarter. You know, and this will just shave off some of that the oscillators and reset them and you know, give you know, because you need momentum to break up, and I bet you then shorts would start piling in, and then you know we just get the move again, and another expansion move, and all this chart just moves like this, like it's just in a clean uptrend.
And as we said, BBWP is only at 52 or 53%. So we got a lot of ways to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before it's oversold.
I don't know where. I don't like. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and that's a great point. That is a great point, Farn. Like, you know, definitely could still go up more. Okay, well, overall, this is a pretty bullish chart. This doesn't mean it just blindly long and get fucked. It just means like be aware of that, you know, because like you're trying to short this or try to catch any downside momentum moves, you know, and maybe you have a DCA target of 900. Well, probably doesn't hit that. If it does go that low, it probably is not looking the best. So, you know, you should just use all of this information as just confluence your own system. As it stands, MELI is very bullish. A massive quarterly candle closing, unconfirmed, but 10 days, you know, it's coming. What we know today is the weekly is looking great. It's basically for this week, broke out, consolidated, holding. It's just holding the back test. This could just close into a doji. Easy, indecision, means nothing. And then, you know, into the next week, we come back down. This 9 goes more up, supports this 2000 region, psychological zone, A, while also a massive rejection point on the chart. You know, and then maybe we've got a bounce there. I don't know. But overall, strong chart. I'd be very cautious if you're trying to short this. And I'd also be cautious if you're trying to long this right now. Just wait for some more data, wait for the quarterly to actually close, and then see where that actually, basically went to. Because ideally, if we close a quarterly above 2013, then you would expect this line to hold. It's fine because it's on a quarterly, so maybe a daily starts deviating a bit. Then, well, guess what? Look at this EMA 100 as a massive opportunity zone, especially when we have that massive point of bullish divergence. It's in a massive uptrend on all time frames. It's bullish. It's engulfing. It's breaking out. The volume is still pretty subdued, so it's not like topping out either. Take this 55 off. If we close the quarterly above this 2013, maybe we start deviating down. I will actually be looking at this zone as an opportunity. And why that would make sense to me too is because if we go here, let's just say we take this last, we'll go from here, this last rejection high candle. No, I'll do it. I want to do it from this one. All this is doing now is pushing this daily EMA up above that. So even if it comes down, it could just base on these highs here for the move up. Now, it's fine if the daily flips down, in my opinion. It could just be shallow. It could just be like uneventful downtrend. Because why? The weekly is still in a very nice uptrend manner. The monthly is in a nice uptrend manner. And then the quarterly as well. So overall, you shouldn't be bearish on this. You also shouldn't be max longing it up here. You should be waiting and letting the chart tell you what it's going to do. And that's it. So.
And also huge growth opportunity in this sector simply because it's emerging markets, and emerging markets are projected to grow way more than big economies because large economies should be in stagflation, which is exactly where we at.
What do they do?
It's an e-commerce.
It's literally Amazon in Spanish, but they do sell houses and cars through this bullshit too.
Interesting. So we know that e-commerce isn't going to die either. So that's also a good point of the fundamentals if you're an FA guy. But I mean, also what I like about this monthly here is, this monthly probably next closure, this 9's going to come pretty close to this, 1800 zone. Just drew this line together. So what would make more sense to all of you? Closing the quarterly above, holding well, it looks good. Even the monthly gets it. And then next month we dump. Go into this, short start stacking. They're going to use this as an area. They're going to front run the deviation on a monthly, only for us to actually just run up, hit this EMA 9, which lines up with, what was it? Was the weekly as well? No, it was the daily EMA 100. That's what it was right here. Yeah. And then we're getting that, boom, just kind of shoots out from there, consolidates. That to me wouldn't surprise me, and that's kind of what I'll be looking for. Just want to make sure that we do close above this 2013, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would think that it's going to do worst case, and I mean worst case scenario, what you're saying. Best case scenario is just going to continue to go. There's so much strength.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and something not a lot of people are considering is when we started selling mezcal in Mexico online in 2020. That was a new thing. No one gave a fuck. They had their products listed online, but no one really sold. We broke every single record down in Mexico with Elon on MercadoLibre, Amazon, and all that shit selling online because no one was selling online. And that's Mexico. Mexico has quickly picked up the online market. You guys know there's a lot of delivery apps and all that shit. But the rest of Latin America isn't there yet. And MercadoLibre operates everywhere. They're Argentines. So
that's a very interesting point that you bring up because that's true. If it's mainly based in Mexico, I mean, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, all those places still could be huge. And if it's proof of concept is working in Mexico, copy and paste it, bring it to Ecuador, copy and go to Brazil. You know what I mean? So that's actually a great point you mentioned. Maybe that's why it's bullish, extremely bullish.
I think so too. And they did. The thing is, it takes a long time for those countries to start picking up and get people to actually open a bank account, get people to actually get a credit card, get people to start trusting the system online, the postal service and all that stuff. So it's not as quick as in the United States, whereas in here, we buy everything online. In Mexico, they still don't do that yet. They're not even close to 10 times whatever we do.
And that's true though. The infrastructure in most of these countries, but even Mexico, because we're here now, it's like getting a package, like an Amazon day delivery. It sucks. It's long. It might get stolen. It might get lost. So that is a good point, and that could be why we're seeing it over time. Could be really bullish because of just that's a great thesis. Honestly, I agree with you.
And it also pick up just because we're digitizing everything all around the world, and it's a push. It's a push that governments are making so that this will pick up quicker. So I think these guys are in a
So
fucking
I look
beautiful
at
place.
Amazon as like the safe bet. Shopify is a little more volatile if you like the e-commerce section, and then this could just be like the
This
higher
is your
tier.
Lucid. Yep.
Yeah.
If you will. On a massive company that's already $106 billion, can absolutely grow easy to the size of Amazon. Like, why shouldn't it? It wouldn't make any sense not.
Sure,
And again, because these guys are bigger in Mexico than Amazon, same thing in Argentina and all these other places. So it's interesting. All righty. I'm going to let you guys go. It's been 4 delightful hours. Is there anything else you guys want to add?
No, I really appreciate it. You know, just I'll be in the Discord, so I live there. I'll just post my stuff. Find me there. Was fun, quick, and I hope you have a good weekend, Alejandro.
I'll send you guys there.
Appreciate it again for the water.
Enjoy, motherfuckers. Some water people. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you got the new bottles and everything. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you. Vale, pues, aquí estamos. Tenemos Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre. Qué puta brutalidad de tabla, señores. Está cotizando en 2013, $2,103. Quiero que lo vean para atrás. Empezó a cotizar en julio del 2007 y empezó en $24. En el 2018 estaba en $350. En el 2024 estamos en $2,103. Y ahora, algo que es interesante comparando Mercado Libre con Amazon, solamente un poco de fundamentales en mi opinión, es lo siguiente. Uno, el volumen de trading es muy bajo. Eso quiere decir que no mucha gente está tan pegada acá y intercambiando las acciones por X o por Y razón. No sé si sea por accesibilidad, por lo caro que sea, o también una combinación de ambos donde no te dejen comprar fragmentos de la acción y lo tengas que comprar por completo. Tal vez eso también tenga que ver con esto. Por lo que un split sería demasiado alcista en esto. Dos, cuando nosotros empezamos Alerón en México, empezamos con un modelo, Empezamos con un modelo donde queríamos vender en línea. Empezamos con nuestra tienda y de ahí nos abrió las puertas Amazon y Mercado Libre. Nosotros rompimos absolutamente todos los récords en ese entonces de ventas en Mercado Libre y en Amazon. ¿Por qué? Porque no había tanta gente intentando vender ahí y fue mucha gente en el 2020, no te vayas tan atrás, en el 2020 no confiaba en entregas en línea. Decían, güey, me lo va a robar el cabrón de el del Postman, me los va a robar el güey de UPS, me los va a robar de HL, etcétera. Entonces, hemos visto a Amazon crecer, a Mercado Libre crecer a pasos agigantados, donde ellos también venden coches y otras cosas en nuestros países, todo lo que es Latinoamérica. Y cuando vemos las proyecciones de básicamente cualquier banco y cualquier fondo gigantesco, sabemos que hay y va a haber más crecimiento en países en desarrollo comparado con países con economías sólidas y sólidas y grandes como Estados Unidos y China, donde hay esta inflación, donde habrá crecimiento muy poco a poco y habrá inflación por mucho tiempo. Y es justamente lo que estamos viviendo en Estados Unidos, el Reino Unido, Europa, donde vamos a crecer, pero no vamos a crecer, pero todo sigue bajando, pero seguimos vendiendo, pero seguimos haciendo esto, pero no nos va tan bien, pero nos va un poco bien, pero la verdad nos quitó esto, no nos fue tan bien en esta. Es lo que estamos viviendo en todos lados. Entonces, Mercado Libre, en mi opinión, tiene un chance de crecer brutalmente. Y más cuando estamos viendo tablas, esto son 3 meses. Literalmente hay 3 divergencias alcistas que están en juego en este momento, en este tipo de precio, donde ya lo ves romper altos históricos en los 2020, después vino a asegurar en estos 1964 y los trepó tranquilo, tienes el cuerpo de la vela entera y esta vela cierra solamente en 10 días y 3 horas, puedes ver dónde está el promedio de las 9 en los $1,500, lo que va a permitir que esto siga subiendo todavía con más fuerza. Con esas divergencias alcistas, literalmente el siguiente objetivo del precio a mucho tiempo, porque estás viendo velas de 3 meses, esto tomaría probablemente entre año y medio. Creemos que puede llegar a los 4,200. Ahora los voy a traer a la mensual para que puedan ver también un poco más de cerca. En la mensual tuviste este cierre por encima de los wicks que dio acá el precio y tienes ahora una vela que está haciendo un doji por acá, pero ya está también por encima del cierre de esta vela que había hecho el tope de Mercado Libre. Y lo mismo, sigues arriba del 9, el 9 está arriba del 21, arriba del 55, arriba del 100 y hasta abajo el 200. En temporalidades más cortas podemos verlo en la semanal, con la misma tipo de fuerza, pero puedes empezar a ver dónde el precio empezó a consolidar y empezó a consolidar justamente por ahí de los 1987, que es más o menos donde está pasando el promedio de las 9 en este momento. Por lo que no nos sorprendería ver a Amazon, a Mercado Libre, empezar a consolidar precio por acá para después ir a subir aún más. Y la razón por qué es porque simplemente esta consolidación de precio permitiría que todos estos promedios puedan subir y dar más apoyo al precio en vez de crear un vacío. Entonces, eso lo estamos viendo en la semanal. En la diaria, de nuevo, es un poco de lo mismo. No queremos probablemente romper los 2065 para abajo, pero no estaría mal bienvenida la consolidación hasta los 1958, donde pasan demasiados promedios importantes en largas temporalidades. Entonces, yo creo que siempre y cuando ranguees, no pierdas, digamos los 2000, vamos a ponerlo tranquilo, los 2000, esto tiene que ser alcista, te vas max long en este momento, tal vez no, porque ha corrido bastante y le toque consolidar al precio, pero tiene una fuerza brutal, o sea, ridículamente brutal el precio de Mercado Libre. Muy, muy buena tabla, honestamente. Y con eso los voy a dejar. 4 horas, 4 horas de este desmadre. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por venir acá y por platicar con nosotros, por preguntarnos todo esto. Y ya saben que si quieren darse una vuelta, aprender con nosotros, les tenemos un espacio en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, súper sencillo de usar, tienen el enlace en la parte de abajo, acá pueden ver exactamente los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, pueden ver el chat general, venir a preguntar, comentar, etcétera con nosotros. Vengan a aprender criptolingo también, por si algo no les queda completamente cuadrado en la cabeza de lo que decimos, lo que ven, lo que leen. Este es un muy buen recurso para todos ustedes. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias con nosotros en nuestros exchanges aprobados, ya sea Bluffin, BitGet, que ya saben, si quieren los enlaces para poder unirse al exchange y aparte llevarse todos los beneficios de firmar, aquí lo tienen. Tienen BitGet, tienen Bluffin. BitGet es internacional, funciona en todos lados menos en Estados Unidos y requiere KYC, eso quiere decir que tienes que enseñar tu identificación. Bluffin funciona en todo el mundo, incluyendo Estados Unidos, no requiere identificación. La diferencia acá, obviamente Bluffin es mucho más fácil y lo puedes abrir 1000 carteras, cuando BitGet no, y la cosa de BitGet tiene mejores fees, pero pues es una por la otra. Y aquí abajo tienes TradingView para que puedas ver y analizar todas tus tablas y que te lleves un 15% de descuento si es que necesitas algún paquete pagado. Entonces, vete a platicar a chat general, vete a leer noticias con nosotros, ven a decir hola, vente al Discord de Elite Trading Academy, es absolutamente gratis. Feliz viernes, gracias a todos por verlo, por verme, no por verlo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho y de nuevo, Graciela Durango, pórtense bien. Graciela Durazno, pórtense bien.